We will not stop until we get it right. The only time, colleagues, we will keep quiet is when we have unemployment of 0 in South Africa. So we are far from that. So it means from time to time we'll come together again and try to bring solutions to the problems facing the country. So we are going to lead today's deliberations because the nation is always looking at the PSET sector for the answers. If we've got economic challenges, we are looking at universities, we are looking at TVET spaces, we are looking at the PSET sector in general for answers. So today we are going to yet again challenge the PSET sector to say, what is it that you are doing to ensure that the national plan on PSET is actually realized? So we are going to be hearing from a lot of colleagues today in understanding of what is it that they are doing in their own spaces to make sure that education is expanded. And throughout the deliberation, we will also look at the importance this sector plays in ensuring that it lowers the unemployment rate in the country and also tackles the many challenges that we are facing as a country. So without any further ado, colleagues, I'm going to call upon our first speaker, Ms. Tanya Johan. Tanya has worked for 24 years in post-education and training sector from 1999 to 2015. She worked at 2 TVET colleges in the Western Cape as a lecturer, program manager, and program and project manager. She was responsible for managing and coordinating activities of the electrical engineering department, which included planning, enrollment marketing, quality assurance, and teaching and learning. Later, as the project manager for engineering studies, her responsibilities included coordinating theoretical and simulated practical training interventions. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Tanya Johan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by saying welcome, a special welcome and special good morning to Mr. Percy Sago, Mr. Joseph Mandiwani, Dr. Nixon Tace, Dr. Benjamin Seleke, Ms. Nicole Morris, Dr. Matumbuli Haji, Mr. Randall Fullman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 5th Northern Cape PSET Forum seminar. I am delighted that our chairperson of the Northern Cape PSET Forum, Ms. Mabu Molloy, and our forum members have joined us here today. I want to thank all of you that have made special travel arrangements to be with us here in Upington. This seminar is organized in collaboration with PSET institutions in the Northern Cape, supported by our Office of the Premier. I would like to again express my sincere thanks on behalf of the Northern Cape PSET Forum to our gracious host, the Northern Cape Rural TVET College. I must say that it has been a pleasant experience working with colleagues from Saul Plaatje University, UNISA, Northern Cape CAT College, the TVET College, and Henrietta Stockdale Nursing College in organizing this event. The main theme of our seminar is around driving sustainable economic development through 4IR, green economy, agriculture and tourism, collaborations between Northern Cape PSET sector and the industry. Our program today includes sub-themes on access, student success, enhancing quality education, and promoting equitable education and lifelong learning. this is in line with the goals of the Department of Higher Education for the PSET sector. Sorry, I didn't notice that my presentation is not flighted. If I can just have my presentation up, please. The first slide, please. The next slide. So our theme and the things that we are talking here today about is in line with the goals of the Department of Higher Education for the PSET sector. Through the 2013 white paper, the department commits PSET institutions to providing access to learning opportunities for all South African citizens. PSET institutions are required to provide education of high quality and to contribute to the development of thinking citizens. The white paper further commits PSET institutions to fostering partnerships with industry as a way to support our students in earning sustainable livelihoods. So the goals of the department aspires to provide inclusive and equitable higher education and lifelong learning by 2030. But can we achieve these goals? The next slide, please. If we review the national situation today, we find that there are over 17 million people in South Africa that are not in employment or education and training. Over 32.6% of young adults are unemployed in South Africa. And in addition, 7.5% of South Africans experience some form of disability. The stats that I have that's flighted on the slide are the recently published statistics on people not in employment, education, or training. And as you can see, the situation in 2022, the situation looked very dire, with 17,136,000 people finding themselves in this situation. Can we have the next slide, please? Here is a comparison between the South Africans' performance compared to both developed and developing nations. And again, you can see that our performance is quite, it's not ideal. South Africa sits at over 30% have a NEET rate of over 30%. Can we have the next slide, please? Here I've tried to focus this data. So this is the information related to the Northern Cape specifically. In the first graph, we have the data for 2020, 2021, up to 2021 on the NEETs in our province. And this number at 2022 stood at 386,000 people. Now, just because we are talking about access, I just want to contextualize this data. The other graph, or the information on the right-hand side of the slide, relates to application and registration data for the 2023 academic year. This information, unfortunately, pertains only to our TVET colleges in the province. I didn't want to share information that I couldn't verify, and so I couldn't verify information relating to enrollments at our universities and CET College. But I think this is enough information to provide you some indication of the magnitude of our problem here. So we have 386,000 NEETs in our province, yet only 15,000 students applied for a training and education at our TVET colleges. More concerning is that of that 15,000 applications for this academic year, only 3,551 students were registered at our 2 TVET colleges in the province. The next slide, please. So we cannot talk about access if we don't look at the gross enrollment ratio for South Africa. Again, this is recently published data. And let me first talk about gross enrollment ratio and what that means to a country. There is substantial evidence that through improved access to tertiary education, a country can have a higher skilled workforce that is more employable and productive, earning higher wages. The degree of participation in tertiary education therefore has implications for a country's relative international position and performance in knowledge production. This indicator further is used to measure a country's competitiveness against other countries and is used to assess the investment potential of a country. So if we look at the data provided here, you can see that there is a huge disparity between enrollments in tertiary education in developing and developed worlds. If you look at the recently published statistics, you find that South Africa's participation rates in tertiary education remain considerably lower than that of other BRICS nations. As you can see, in Russia, the enrollment ratio is over 80%, while in South Africa, participation in higher education is less than 25% for the period between 2017 and 2019. The next slide, please. So just to give you a fuller picture of the challenges that we are facing, I'd like to share recent highlights, headlines on higher education in our country. The first headline is around, it's from Pretoria News, published on the 16th of August 2023, where the article highlighted that higher education opportunities are beyond the financial reach of many eligible students. The second article talks about South Africa's alarming university dropout rate. And here the article indicated that the dropout rate for first-year students is between 50 and 60%. And the article provided an opinion on why this, for the possible dropout rate. It talked about the fact that our students are unprepared for the rigors of post-school studies and that they lack basic knowledge and skills. Our students have very little career guidance, and also the fact that student academic support is not systemic in our institutions. Further, the article mentions the fact that our institutions perhaps have a lacking capacity in supporting students academically. The third article is from the DFA, a local newspaper, where the city nursing students nursing students and lecturers were protesting around the lack of resources. These protests made national news last year in 2022, and here the article talks about the lack of infrastructure at our nursing college. It even mentioned the fact that students and lecturers did not have resources, including textbooks, to support their teaching and learning. Can we look at the next slide, please? So if these divides are to be breached, if our problems are to be solved, it cannot be business as usual. In which ways can we strengthen our policy measures and accelerate expansion of access to higher education so that we can achieve our target participation rate in higher education by 30% in 2030? It is for this reason that the Northern Cape PSET Forum have consistently advocated for opening access to higher education and promoting lifelong learning. As a forum, we have advocated for the use of open educational approaches, implementation of blended and technology-enhanced learning, and articulation agreements fostering learning pathways for individuals. We have advocated for career guidance in our Northern Cape schools, and we have facilitated review of institutional policies on supporting students with disabilities. So through the seminar, we have brought together experts to objectively look at the issue of access, student success, and quality teaching and learning. I believe that our presenters' knowledge and experience can help us identify important trends that affect our practice and identify for us joint actions to achieve our common goals. So going back to the theme of our seminar, the question that you may be thinking about is, can education achieve sustainable economic development? A World Bank study shows that one additional year of schooling for women can result in 20% increase in their income. In Ethiopia, studies show that 6 years of education for farmers can result in better contribution to soil conservation and environmentally friendly agricultural practices. So there is therefore a clear link between education and sustainable economic development. One of our objectives then in this seminar is to collectively look at the bigger picture and exchange knowledge and ideas on how we can make a difference. What are the important trends that will affect our policies and practices? How can we work in partnership and collaborate to identify actions and achieve our common goals? Can we have the next slide, please? I would like to encourage you to think about some key questions as we follow today's agenda. These questions are: how can we open up education to include constituents that have until now been excluded? How do we enhance the quality of educational provision so that it supports sustainable economic development? How do we develop innovative models to achieve student academic success? And finally, how do we promote lifelong learning that contributes to sustainable economic development? I hope that some of these questions will be taken up as we discuss how to catalyze change in our contexts. So, on that note, let me again welcome you to the Northern Cape PSET Seminar 2023. Thank you.
Another round of applause, colleagues. Thank you so much, Tanya. That is indeed thought-provoking and very worrying, to say the least. To say, if we look at NSFAS from its inception in 1991. When it only funded about 7,000 students, and we are now sitting at around 1.1 million students in 2023. It means government is spending a lot of money for access to higher education. But the dropout rate is also a problem. It means our institutions are not fully equipped to keep students in higher education. The importance of higher education, colleagues, cannot be underestimated. If we look at the unemployment rate in South Africa sitting at around 32%, only about 2.7% of those are graduates. The percentage is even higher for those who do not have matric. So it goes to show you the importance of having qualification in accessing the economy in the country. So that is very much important. And that is why we are advocating for access and expanded access to higher education institutions. In answering that, we are also asking the CET the same question to say what is it that they are doing to ensure that access to higher education is expanded and it is accessible to the majority of our people. So I'm going to call upon Mr. Joseph Madiwana. He's going to talk to us about the role of community education colleges in enhancing access to education and contributing towards the development of the province. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Madiwana is the Deputy Principal Academic at the Northern Cape Community Education and Training. A round of applause for Mr. Madiwana.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Program Director, for allowing the CET to make presentation on the role of Northern Cape CET College in enhancing access to education and contributing towards the development of the province. But first and foremost, allow me to acknowledge our sign language interpreter for the role which they have been playing since yesterday. As we all are aware that sign language has been approved as one of the official language here in the country. Also to acknowledge the principal of the Northern Cape Rural TVET College, the principal of Northern Cape CET College who has joined us online, the PSET committee members, acting deputy registrar from UNISA, the guest speakers, deputy principal for the corporate services, Northern Cape CET College, and all participants who has joined us online. Program Director, allow me to say protocol observed without offending anyone. The presentation as requested, the outline of the presentation on the slide number 2, slide to presentation outline. I'm going to present on the background of the college, geographical landscape of the college institutional master plan, Northern Cape economic drivers, the industrial corridor, new civic and health peer education program, Living Lab project, inclusive education, entrepreneurship skills program, as well as the challenges facing the college. Next slide. The Northern Cape CET College was established by the Minister of Higher Education by merging in 2015, by merging all the former ABET centers, public adult learning centers, into one institution. This process of merging ABET centers, it was done in all provinces, where 9 CET colleges were established. In Northern Cape is one, the name of the institution is Northern Cape CET College. It has been developed as a third-tier institution alongside with the TVET colleges and the universities. The objectives of the establishment of the CET College was to expand access to adults and youth who are not in education, not in employment, not in education, and not in training. It was after the department realized that there is a gap which is not closed regarding the students, the gap which is not closed with regards to registration or access to TVET. Not universities cannot admit everybody, as well as the TVET colleges. Then our mandate is to absorb all the students who do not get an access in the universities and the TVET college. The Northern Cape CET College consists of the 7 community learning centers and 80 satellites. Here in Northern Cape, we have 7 community learning centers. If we are comparing the setup of the CET College and the TVET, by community learning centers, we are referring to the campus. Here in Northern Cape, we have 7 community learning centers and 80 satellites in 5 districts, municipalities, and 26 local municipalities. It means we exist in all 5 district municipalities and local municipalities. If you want to send people to all corners of Northern Cape, you can send the Northern Cape CET College, because we have offices all over the province. Send us. The college is established as an institution of a second chance opportunity, as I've said, for the adults and the youth who are not in employment, not in education, and not in training. The second chance opportunity is provided through the literacy programs, general academic programs, and occupational skills program. We are excited to make this presentation today because September month is declared by the Minister of Higher Education as a CET month, which gives us an opportunity to showcase all academic activities that are done at the college. The 8th of September annually, declared by UNESCO in 1966 as International Literacy Day. The aim is to remind the public about the importance of literacy as a matter of dignity and human rights, and to advance the literacy agenda towards a more literate and sustainable society. The college is a voice of marginalized, and we have a role to play in the province. The next slide. On this slide, we are trying to indicate all the district municipalities and local municipalities where we have sites. We are represented, as I've said, in all 5 district municipalities and local municipality, 26 local municipalities in the province. The Northern Cape Institutional Master Plan for the college to contribute towards the development of the province. The institution has developed institutional master plan. We call it Vision 2040. It was developed to transform from the old ABED systems which aimed at teaching adults how to read and write. Remember when these public adult learning centers were established, the main aim was to teach our communities only to read and write. But now, if you can check at the old ABED programs, in terms of their relevancy, they are no longer responding to the needs of our community. But through the collaboration with the different stakeholders like the National Skills Fund, the different cities in the province, The college is transforming its program qualification mix in order to offer the responsive programs that respond to the economic drivers of the province. The phase 1 of the institutional master plan is underway. The aim of the plan master plan is to provide access to quality education, allowing communities to be involved in identifying the needs, offering affordable and relevant programs to the communities we serve, pursuing excellence and promoting the full realization of the potential to every student, responding to the labor needs of the province, communities and labor markets, as well as addressing the injustice of the past. Yesterday, a program director, we spoke much about the main economic drivers of the province. As a CET college, together with other PSET sector in the province and the CETAs, we also identified agriculture and agri-processing, construction, green hydrogen gas, mining and solar as our main economic drivers here in the Northern Cape. But to respond to the economic drivers, the college is gradually introducing occupational programs in agriculture, agri-processing, mining, mineral, just energy sector, manufacturing, transport services, and logistic knowledge and innovation. To achieve this, the National Skills Fund and different sector has funded the college on accreditation of occupational skills programs, which I have mentioned, the capacity building of lecturers and the reskilling, provision of suitable infrastructure, the equipment, as well as the accreditation of the responsive programs. Ensuring the next slide, ensuring the delivery of the responsive programs. We are still offering the general academic programs or the so-called ministerial programs. By ministerial programs, we are referring to the literacy and numeracy, reading and writing, level 1 up to 3, the GETC, General Education Training Certificate, level 4, which is equivalent to grade 9, as well as the senior certificate. As you find that in our communities, we still have those students who still need to complete the senior certificate, those who still need to learn how to read and write. We also now embarked on introducing the occupational skills program. These are some of the programs which are funded by National Skills Fund at the college. The wholesale and retail, business venture, early childhood development, human settlements development, and furniture making. These are the full qualifications funded by the National Skills Fund in the college. We are also going to offer the short courses, the short skills program, which are accredited by the QCTO on bricklaying, carpentry, plastering, plumbing, the end user, as well as the end user computing. As the college will also offer the non-formal or non-credit bearing skills like introduction to computers and the short courses on the ECD. The Northern Cape Industrial Corridor. I am not going to talk much about this slide, as it was said. It was said yesterday. There was much deliberation on the Northern Cape Corridor, which starts from Katru straight to Uppington, then to Springbok in Bogobai. We are all the City College align itself to all developments that are happening at the province. The civic education, new civic and peer education program. The Minister of Higher Education, in partnership with Higher Health and ETDP CITRA, they have launched the new Civic and Health Peer Education Program in the City College. It was done in July. This is a qualification which will start be offered at the CET College with 30 credits accredited by the QCTO. The curriculum includes civic education, gender-based violence, gender diversity and equality, mental health, disability, comprehensive sexuality education, alcohol, substance abuse and addiction, and building resilience in young people, as well as climate change. The program will make an impact on the nation building through its civic education modules that build resilience to the main social and health challenges facing our youth today. Yes, the college has a role to play in the province. The Living Lab project. This is the project that the college has started in February in Kuruman to provide local communities with digital literacy training and access to the technology needed for the fourth industrial revolution. The objective of this Living Lab project is to support entrepreneurs, innovators, community organizations to grow their businesses, as well to strengthen innovation capabilities, provide access to the digital economy. Inclusive education. The CET College has a role to promote participation of people living with disabilities in all learning programs. We need to embrace all types of disabilities and encourage our community members in promoting inclusion, participation, and self-determination in all college academic programs. The college, in collaboration with the Northern Cape Society for the Blind, we provide teaching and learning to students who are vision impairment by using Braille machine in the classrooms. Entrepreneurship skills program. The program on entrepreneurship, we are offering it in collaboration with CEDA. The program equips students and communities with entrepreneurship skills and knowledge to start and manage their own business. It also enhances skills to promote establishment of the new small businesses, assist in improving efficiency of the existing business by means of training on CEDA courses and business assessment tools. It also provides mentorship coaching through the CEDA network. The challenges faced by the college: the lack of suitable infrastructure. As you all are aware that when the EBET centers established by then, there were no proper infrastructure laid like the universities and the TVET college. Most of our sites are hosted by the primary schools, which make us so difficult to be identified, to be seen, as said yesterday by the acting registrar from the UNISA. The inadequate funding for occupational programs. Currently, the funding of the CET is based on the ministerial programs or general academic program, which is at level 1 to 4, the senior and the senior certificate. We are also making a pledge here as a CET college that we need an assistance for us to be visible, to be seen, contributing to the community. We need assistance from the private providers, from CETAs, because we are an institution which can reach everybody in all corners of the Northern Cape CET College. We also, one of our challenges that we're facing as an institution, lack of qualified lecturers to offer vocational programs. As I've said in the past, our lecturers were only appointed with general academic qualification, teaching our communities or adults on how to read and write. We are, through the funding from National Skills Fund, we have started the capacity building or the reskilling of lecturers, so that all the programs that we identified from the economic drivers of the province can be offered by lecturers with expertise. The lack of personnel is one of the challenges that we are facing at the CET College. The high drop rate due to seasonal employment, you find that at a certain period, our satellite centers, in terms of the enrollment or attendance, the number do drop because most of our students, they are parents, of which if they got opportunity somewhere in terms of work, they normally drop their classes so that they can grab the opportunity for the employment. Thank you so much. That concludes the presentation from the CET College on our role.
Thank you so much, Ndate Joseph. Thank you. Colleagues, you'll also notice that I have not been opening questions as yet. But indeed, if you do have that burning one, you think it can't wait for the discussions, you are welcome to pose it. But we have a session around 1:20 where we'll have a fully integrated discussion looking at all the speakers and their role in ensuring access to higher education. So, but if you think you have that burning one, that you think it will not, or maybe you think you'll forget it, you can pose it right away. I'm going to give Ndate Mpisi a chance now. But colleagues, in summarizing what the role of CET colleges in accessing higher education, we really need to applaud the activities and the projects around that space to show that gone are the days where we looked at CET colleges as just the ABET centers. And looking down on them. With this presentation, we can all agree that in terms of vocational skills, they are there with the best, they are running with it. And that's what we need in the country, that's what we need in the province, to say how do we reach even the most rural of students in the province. So I think access to higher education from the perspective of the CET is one such try we can do as the PSET. And colleagues, yes, we emphasize the youth unemployment in the country to say it has really reached an alarming rate. But alongside that, we do need to also realize that our not so young would-be employees are also out of jobs. And colleagues, we need to be true to ourselves that we need an integrated solution to ensure much access to higher education. And CET are playing that role to ensuring everyone is and have access to higher education. So I'm going to open for the pending questions for the first speaker and the second speaker. And when you pose the question, please do indicate to whom you are posing. If it's the first speaker, please indicate. If it's Ndate Joseph Madiwana, also please indicate. But these are just for those burning questions. And I would think it would be better, Ndati Joseph, if you can just come forward. And Metanya, I've got a space specially prepared for you, just for the burning questions. I normally would not do this, colleagues, just because it's you. I have prepared a place for you. Yes, Mr. Mpisi, can I have a roaming mic, please, to Ndati Mpisi? He has a question there.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by saying I like your shirt, Chair. Pretty cool.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Chair, this goes to the community college. I'm so glad we get the opportunity of having a conversation with them at last. Chair, I'm a little concerned about the challenges that they highlighted. The one is they say that there's a lack of infrastructure, workshops, equipment, and so forth. But yet there's a partnership with schools, and I wonder, you've got all of the technical schools that have quite good equipment, as well as your NJAs, which are special schools that have quite elaborate workshops. And I'm wondering why it is that they're not reaching out to these institutions to bridge that particular one. And then, Chair, something that bothers me and has bothered me over the years, and I must also indicate that I worked at a CETA for many, many years. And unless things have changed, the college was not always very responsive to requests from CETAs to make applications for funding. So the second one, where they speak about inadequate funding for occupational programs, I think that's maybe a fault on their side, because I know CETAs have always been reaching out to them. On the contrary to that, too, Chair, I must say, when we discovered as a private organization that they were battling to make these applications, we also reached out to them and said we can prepare this for them if it is such a problem, if they don't have the necessary knowledge on the preparation of documentation for CETAs. So maybe that's an indictment on the CETAs, and it's actually saying that the CETAs aren't working very closely with them to make the funding available. It would be nice to hear the CETA's opinion on that particular one. And then, Chair, the lack of qualified lecturers, this has been coming on forever and a day. And I'm quite interested to know, I think 4 years ago this was also said. So how far did we get 4 years from the time when one was still in the CETA and this was raised in the inter-CETA as well as the PSDF meetings? So, Chair, those are some of my core ones. Also to the visibility of community colleges. I don't know. So there's been, I think as providers, we've been reaching out to the CETA, to the community colleges to say we can help if you don't have the capacity. But they've basically been shunning us. And on the other hand, they blame the CETAs for not making money available, while I think the CETAs have been reaching out. Certainly, I can't speak on behalf of the CETA that I worked for, but I know it was my core business to reach out to them. It was extremely difficult. And maybe the question is, has that changed in order to access funding, which the CETAs have been begging to give to the community colleges, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ndati Mpisi. I'm not sure. Tate Mandiwana, are you ready to respond to this, or can I give this, maybe if there's a second question? Is there a second question, colleagues, even online? Is there a question on your side? If not, over to you, Tate Mandiwana.
Thank you so much for the questions. Allow me, Program Director, to start from the appointment of lecturers or qualified lecturers. When the institution was established, the issue of lecturers, as I've made on the presentation, Those were the lecturers. This is a historical problem. Lecturers who were already on the system. But currently, from 2015, when we do our appointment, or when we fill the gap of after lecturers resign, we appoint qualified lecturers. But the number of the qualified lecturers who are on the system, as compared to to those who are unqualified, they still dominate the system, our system of the CET. And the qualified lecturers, even those who are on the system, as I've said, they do not have an occupational qualifications that can assist to drive this program. But through the National Skills Fund, we have identified lecturers who will be trained on the occupational skills program. The second question on the relationship with SETA, we have a good relationship with all SETAs here in the province, and they are also assisting in terms of the infrastructure development. If I can just give example, program director, we have the RR-SETA, which has already started assisting the college in the development of the ICT lab in DR, in Kuruman, and other centers. Those are some of the projects that are happening in the institution. Remember, in the past, you never drew a computer at the former ABET center. You will go there and do reading and writing. But now we also have leadership programs that were also funded by RR-SETA in the college for unemployed youth and adults. We are also working with Services SETA in terms of the lecture development. Just for you to mention the bank SETA, but the point which I'm making a program director, we have a good relationship with all SETAs in the province. I think I've already covered the infrastructure as well. I've already covered the question on the infrastructure and the workshop. Yes, where there are schools that are main school building that are not utilized, the corporate, our deputy principal for corporate services is responsible for securing those buildings for the use of our CET program. And thank you.
Thank you. Any other question, colleagues? Can I release? Can I have a roaming mic again? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. This is more a comment than a question. I would like to just, comment the CET for their work they've done so far in the Northern Cape. It is not an easy task. Myself contacted all their centers or the relevant centers I wanted to work with. We went out for applications, taking it to the people, and the center managers of the CETs are more than welcome. They're so excited to work and to bring information to their communities. So thank you. You guys are making a difference on ground level. It's not normally seen so quickly, but we know that putting any intervention in place in a rural community like the Northern Cape, doesn't matter if you just get a group together and share information with them, it makes a difference. So thank you so much from my side as UNISA. I see the difference you make. And of course, for your stakeholders or your funders, for the SETAs, carry on. I need those infrastructure as well. So we need to take it to the people, and you are paving the road for us. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Well, colleagues, it looks like there's no more, but you're welcome to keep me company. It gets a bit colder here. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you. A round of applause, colleagues. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's very important, colleagues. The role played by the CET in ensuring access to higher education. But one such deliberations we still need to have is the issues of articulation, colleagues, to ensure that we can keep these students in the funnel until they have fully qualified and attained the necessary skills to partake in the economic activities of the Northern Cape. And I think that's where the role of the PSET becomes much more relevant and important in ensuring that there is that funnel, that when a student comes from the CET, they are channeled correctly and ensuring a high maximization of skills and participation in the provincial's economic activities. Colleagues, our next speaker will be talking to enhancing quality education, opportunities in the TVET sector. And our next speaker is Dr. Tays. Dr. Tays is a lecturer at University of the Free State, my hometown. I'll take a lift just after this. So Dr. Nixon J.P. Tays holds a PhD. He's a teacher, educator, and researcher at the University of the Free State, South Africa. He is the former head of School of Mathematics, Natural Sciences, and Technology Education. Dr. Tays obtained a PhD from University of the Free State with a focus on technical teacher education. His formal qualifications are further boosted by his continued engagement in professional development to keep relevant. His recent training from the MIT was on innovation and design thinking in 2013, followed by a recent training in artificial intelligence, the implication for business strategy, also from the MIT. He also enrolled in a 5-week year-long training in intelligence and manufacturing, the robotics, the 5IR. So we have in our midst a person who is well vested in the 5IR. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Tays. Dr. Tays' research interests are in teacher knowledge and the buzz around disruptive, revolutionary advancement in technology to advance innovation in teaching and learning with a discipline-specific focus on teacher knowledge, teacher professional development and training, and the impact of technological advancement on teacher knowledge. He supervises a cohort of master's and doctoral students that reflects critically on their own teaching practices and generate empirical data from those affected by their teaching. Dr. Tays recently, that is in 2017 and 2021, led a DHEAD EU grant-funded national research project that focused on technical engineering lecture knowledge, frameworks, and published a comprehensive co-authored book that summarized his work. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Tays.
Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to thank the Northern Cape Post-School Education and Training Forum for the invitation to share some views, some perspectives on such an important topic. The program director, the principal of the Northern Cape Rural TVET College, chairperson of the Northern Cape Post-School Education and Training Forum, Ms. Malloy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to share some of my perspectives around education, and especially technical and vocational education and access to post-school education in South Africa. I do think this is a critical topic in focus, and I acknowledge the value of such a forum for us to deliberate around such important issues. I want to applaud the Northern Cape government, the education leadership present, industry partners who take ownership and accountability for technical education in the CETs, because I view these as key social drivers within our society. I would also argue that leadership in a focus on the PSET in the CET institutions is just a testimony of our deeper understanding of what it means, of the lingering dream that is captured within our Constitution. A dream for South Africa in which all people will have access to lifelong learning, education, and training opportunities. It is a dream that we don't dare to lose, and an institution or instruction to contribute towards the improvement of quality of life and building a peaceful and prosperous society for all. Ladies and gentlemen, my presentation will primarily focus on those who are mandated to deliver our curricula. And I will add to the discussions that were presented, and my learned friend, Dr. Seleke, will also then speak about issues of 4IR, so I will not necessarily address the issues. So my focus will primarily be around teacher knowledge, access to education, and the kind of learning spaces that we envisage for our students when they engage in our teaching and learning practices. Because I believe that when we speak about access to education, it's important that those educational spaces should be relevant for those who engage, and should form a space where students and learners want to be in. And that would be the emphasis of my discussion. So maybe we can just move to, yep. So just a brief background in terms of where we are and why it becomes important for all of us to engage in not only the talk, but the implementation of these talks. But as the program director earlier alluded, it's important that we have conversations around these issues. We would know that for the longest part of the post-apartheid era in South Africa, we experienced real GDP growth. However, this phase that began after 1997 to 1998 came to a sudden end as a result of the global crisis. And from there on, we remain as a country quite fragile to global impediments. South African growth trajectory reflects an economy that is characterized by vulnerability to external shocks and impacts, largely determined by trends in the global growth and demand. So this vulnerability, ladies and gentlemen, is what is a concern for us. And as post-school education and training instructors and those involved in these spaces, it becomes important that we question our vulnerability to external factors. But we also should take note of these vulnerabilities as they constantly affect the power of the rand, the impact of the value of our gold, and so on. And we really ask ourselves questions in terms of to what extent can education then develop the kind of human capacity that is needed to transform and export our resources that we so proudly speak about in general, so that it becomes the capital power that we need as a country to remain a global factor within the global space. So our constant reliance on these external factors, for me, it becomes a concern. And I would argue that if we want to ensure access to education, it seems that it becomes important that as those in education understand the broader factors that impacts education and think about, as we design learning practices or implement curricula in our different spaces, how then can we create these kinds of learning environments and stimulate thinking or develop human capacity that can speak to these broader and global challenges that we constantly experience. And this will be primarily the focus of my discussion. So we say that for instance, South Africa, we constantly experience these fluctuating economic participation. And this is due to the weak economy, the economy that has been unable to create new jobs and absorb a growing labor force, resulting in an upwards pressure on the already high unemployment rates that Tanya also spoke about. Today, we witness a disturbing number of mainly young people who are outside the education and formal work in South Africa. South Africa has a much higher need rate in comparison to other countries. And she already alluded to these issues, so I will skip this discussion. But what I noted and what I want to emphasize here is for educators and those in education management to take cognizance of these data, and as we are mandated to develop the human capacity that is needed in our country. We saw declining rates, for instance, in terms of access to education and unemployment, and especially the unemployment of our youth. And this is an effect on our market capabilities. So the labor market distortion is ultimately manifested in our high inequalities that we always so often experience within our communities, in which our schools and post-schooling institutions are situated. And that in itself becomes a concern. And I also listened to the arguments, for instance, the questions that were raised by the colleague that were in the CETAs, for instance. So it seems that there might be a need for a deeper discussion and also a deeper understanding of the key factors that makes the connection between, to enable us to deliver a more efficient and a more accessible education, post-school education system. Technical vocational education is considered as the primary component to ensure a country's economy and sustainability within the 21st century. it is regarded as one of the most effective tools in producing skilled and classified workers. And the last notion in terms of classification of workers becomes also an important factor in the discussion within our spaces. If we take into consideration that we in South Africa, through the National Qualification Framework, have these level descriptors that clearly articulate what kind of a student or how should students demonstrate at a specific level. And I do think it's an important discussion that even this forum should think about when we align especially the TVET education systems with the formal and higher education systems. Because it can't be that a qualification that is developed at NQF level, for instance, level 6 at a university, is different from a qualification, NQF level 6 qualification that is developed at the TVET college. So my argument is, for instance, in the context of classified workforce, is that students should experience the high level of qualification, and they need to want to come to our TVET and community education centers based on the kinds of experiences that we create. Because those experiences will create the mindsets in our learners that should become equal to the mindsets of those who want to go to universities, for instance. So it is, and I would then want to talk about, and for that reason I want to talk, for instance, about the kind of teacher knowledge and student experiences in TVET colleges to mitigate the challenges of access to our institutions. But I'll draw my discussion from two theoretical perspectives. If you can just go to the slide with the theoretical framework. From two theoretical perspectives, if we read, for instance, the human capital theories that argues that education equips individuals with knowledge, skills, and productive capabilities required to stimulate the economy. That's from the human capital theories. In line with this theory is the growth theory that holds that education and skills are primarily determinants of long-term economic growth. It goes further to argue that education impacts, or the impact of education on the economy growth trajectory can therefore be seen as a form of increased demands for skilled labor. The degree in population participation in post-school or tertiary education and training therefore has a critical impact on the country's relative growth paths and positions with regard to production of human capital stock, which remains an integral part of economic production. And we argue that if those who teach at TVET colleges engage in these theoretical and philosophical perspectives, those should be some of the skill sets required to develop the kind of learning experiences in the TVET college settings. We go further to say that to this effect, South African TVET institutions are constitutionally mandated by the National Qualification Framework to provide equal higher quality education opportunities for all citizens by expanding the production of high-skilled professionals and enhancing the innovative capacity of the nation. And this act of focus then becomes an important argument for teacher knowledge. My apology. So if we can move to slide 8. Okay. So, what we want to argue here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the policies we have, guiding policies that outline the kind of educational experiences our students need to engage with. We then go further to argue that due to the threat from the ever-increasing technical and technological developments globally, TVET colleges are confronted with a novel reality whereby they should respond adequately and relevantly to the knowledge exposure. The next slide. So I'm going to speak. So the following discussion, part of this discussion, will then focus on the kind of factors that could enhance sustainable access to quality TVET environments, especially in the Northern Cape. And the first of these factors would be the teacher knowledge or teacher competencies, knowledge integration or synergy between those who teach, the institutions, and the community. And then thirdly, I'm going to speak about the kind of learner experiences. And we draw from literature in policy perspectives in this regard. Next slide. So if we talk about the competencies of teachers, relevant lecturer knowledge is therefore critical for sustainable development of the required technological capabilities in an area characterized by rapid technological advancements. And Dr. Seleke will speak about these advancements in detail. The new policy for professional development of qualifications, of TVET lecturer qualifications, suggests that South African TVET lecturers are expected to demonstrate sufficient and appropriate teacher and industrial understanding and expertise. And these becomes the important characteristics of a TVET lecturer. And also, if we think about this policy perspective, we would then ask ourselves to what extent, and I do think the questions that were raised earlier is aligned to this argument. Because if the expectations from a TVET lecturer is to have sufficient teacher knowledge as well as industrial or discipline-specific industrial knowledge, we would then, in our analysis, for instance, in the research, found that we do not have sufficient skilled lecturers as outlined in the policy document. The policy further argued that relevant TVET lecturer qualifications are therefore regarded as those with both industry-specific, work-related, and teaching qualifications and expertise. TVET lecturers TVET lecturers with the required skill sets become a critical contribution to effectiveness of the sector in the current and future technological advancements. And I noted, for instance, the principal's arguments yesterday around the development of, of advanced technologies or robotics in this argument, which becomes an important argument. And as I said, we will highlight the specific view. But let me proceed. Technological advancements pave the way for technical vocational education curriculum reform. And we note that there are colleges that implement such reforms. It provides an opportunity for significant TVET policy reforms to include a review of the size and shape of program offerings at TVET colleges in line with the technological advancements in the region. And I will not necessarily highlight these technological advancements that are so visible when you travel in the Northern Cape. And the question is then, to what extent are our TVET colleges contributing to the skill sets required, for instance, by the Meerkat project, to what extent does the TVET colleges in the region contribute to the solar power skill sets that is needed and so on? And what kind of skills transfer exists within this available spaces in our region? And it becomes an important argument, for instance, also for the forum to take forward. That we don't necessarily just become consumers of these economic transformers in our spaces, but that we become the key holders. And that, in my view, is important for the sustainability of those projects that our government invests so significantly in. Slide number 12. So if we look at, for instance, the policy for TVET lecturer qualifications, and we draw on the kind of knowledge or the competencies that is outlined in that policy, and I'm going to highlight on some of these policy statements just to give you a sense of the kind of TVET lecturer that is required in the current at least from a policy perspective. And that should be, in my view, something that both universities that develop or that train TVET lecturers and existing TVET lecturers that engage in professional development activities. So we also argue that it seems that our professional development projects should be aligned with the kind of competencies that is required by our policy perspective, and that we don't necessarily invest in professional development programs that are just there to get money from the SETAs, to be blunt. But it seems that there's a need that we should analyze the policy perspective, analyze the kind of skill sets that we have, identify the skills needs, and then design professional development and qualifications at the different universities that speaks to the policy perspectives, and I will deliberately highlight these perspectives just to give you a sense in terms of what kind of TVET lecturer are we aspiring for. And then if you read these perspectives, you will get a sense of where we can be in the near future if we just implement our policies as outlined. For instance, the policy framework outlined that there's a need for lecturers that enact a broader understanding of the foundations of education, which is a basic education competency. And this includes an understanding of the philosophy of why do we teach, technical and vocational education in South Africa? Why is there a need for technical and vocational education? And that's an important argument I believe that we need to internalize as educators and those in the education fraternity. Psychology, why is it important that we have deep understanding of psychology, of politics, of economy, of sociology and history? These fundamentals pertain within the TVET sector of vocational schools in the world of work in the 21st century society. We also, for instance, after the COVID sector period, experience issues of mental health, for instance, in our schooling settings and so on. And we ask ourselves to what extent that our lecturers prepared to mitigate or to address these kinds of views. Let me move on to the next slide in conclusion. But I would want to argue that it's important that for us in the post-school sector that we engage in deeper understanding of the policy frameworks that outline the kinds of skill sets or habits of minds that we need to possess. I will conclude with a section on slide 16 that speaks about the student experiences. Also, just to give you a sense in terms of what kind of learning environments is required to motivate those outside the schooling sector to come into our TVET colleges, our universities, and our community institutions and so on. And I'll draw from the 2013 policy document of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology that argue that the design of TVET learning experiences, that we need to design TVET learning experiences that combines rigid academic studies and the excitement of discovery as learners go through different phases towards technological literacy, towards enhancing quality engineering education and training, and a need to innovate forward-looking TVET programs, TVET lecture programs that should be grounded in academic as well as professional education and workspace learning, which is part of what we understand about TVET colleges. So on slide 17, the last one, we argue that the South African Department of Education and Training policy on professional development of lecturers in the TVET sector declares industry-based will as a national priority. And we want to argue that if that is a national priority, to what extent does the Northern Cape post-school forum engage with these investments in the Northern Cape, the technical, especially from a technical perspective? And we think that it is important shift that we need to make, but it also came out of some of the discussions in our earlier views. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would conclude my discussion, and I'll be open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Theys. Colleagues, I will open for those burning questions. True indeed that the interaction of the lecturer's qualification and the expertise is important in building a comprehensive lecturer in a TVET space. So that talks to the collaborations with industry, and that's what we have been advocating to say. Students' experiences in classroom should not just be theoretical, but it should look beyond the theory and actually talk to the vocational requirement of building a comprehensive student who is well-skilled. So the collaboration with the TVET spaces and in fact, the total PSET space and the industry cannot be overlooked, colleagues. That issue must happen now, and it must happen today. We should try today to forge these collaborations. And I think I like your closing remarks, Doc, to say, what is it that we are doing as a PSET sector and this forum to ensure that that is realized? Colleagues, I'm opening for questions. If you've got that burning question that you want to pose to a doctor. I know, academics, how modest they are. When you even introduce them, they would be sitting there and as they ascend to the podium, they would say, for the moment there, I thought you were not talking about me. They are that modest. So I know the CVs at times can be intimidating, but the doctor is here, colleagues. If you've got any pending questions, I'm opening for that. Unless, doctor, you are very perfect. If the presentation is so perfect, you would see that there would not be a question. But we have the whole day today. We've got the whole day. So the doctor will be here for interactions even outside of this presentation. Colleagues, a round of applause for Dr. Tace. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My take from Dr. Tay's presentation is the time is now really, colleagues, to deal with the issue of the discrepancies in the same qualification, same NQF, but the structure is not the same. So that's why there's some doubts in the would-be students in choosing the TVET space, because they would say, if I'm doing HR from the TVET, it's the same NQF level 6 qualification, but it looks like if I'm doing it at the university, it's much better. And that mentality must be shifted if we are to build a coordinated PSET sector in the Northern Cape. And I'm glad, and I must say, I'm really glad to see that the PSET is in Northern Cape is well and alive, and responding to the national plan on PSET. If you look at the other provinces, you will see we are really taking the bull by the horn, and we are a guinea pig. The country will come and learn from us. So colleagues, thank you so much. That was Dr. Tace. So we should be intentional about improving the lecturers' expertise in the TVET space. We should be very intentional and not just be theoretically based. South Africa, as it is much more reliant on the imported skills, especially when it comes to your vocational skills. And that talks to what is it that we are doing to ensure that the classroom is accommodative enough. And that should also talk to, I think, the problems of the high rate of dropout in the TVET space, to show that we are struggling to handling these students as they come. Government will be spending a lot of time to ensure that students come into the classroom, but as they get into the classroom, it looks like we do not have the technical know-how on how to keep them in the classroom. So that calls for all of us colleagues in the PSET sector to ensure that we enhance the student experiences in the TVET sector by ensuring that in front of them there sits a well-experienced lecturer who has both professional qualifications and is well experienced. And we cannot achieve that if the relationship with the industry is found wanting. So that's where we need to start to ensure that the relationship with industry is really enhanced. And thank you so much, Dr. Tace, for challenging us on that issue to ensure that as the Northern Cape PSET sector, we are going to start having conversation on how are we going to ensure that this is realized. Colleagues, our next speaker, Dr. Benjamin Seleke, is a lecturer at Walter Sisulu University. He will be talking to us about advancing learning through artificial intelligence, exploiting the opportunities and managing the risks. I'm not sure whether colleagues, yes. So Dr. Seleke, with a career spanning over 15 years, Dr. Benjamin Seleke is a vanguard in the field of technology education. His journey in academia has taken him through several esteemed institutions, allowing him to both deepen and diversify his impact on the educational landscape. Educational credentials includes a PhD in curriculum studies from the Northwest University. And the milestones attached to Dr. Seleke from the 2015 until 2021, he was crucial in teaching technology education modules as part of the unit for open distance learning. His role involved curriculum development and implementation tailored for distance learning students. And from 2021 to December 2022 at the University of the Free State, Dr. Seleke spearheaded the development of a diploma in technical and vocational education and training. And in his current position, Dr. Seleke currently holds a lecturer position in Walter Sisulu University, continuing his passion for teaching technology. He has been a key player in curriculum development around the development and research. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Seleke. His research interest, as he ascends to the podium, his research interests include teacher development and professional development, indigenous knowledge system, the fourth industrial revolution technologies, and that's Dr. Seleke in the podium. A round of applause, colleagues. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, thank you very much for a hearty welcome. Let me take this opportunity as well to thank the forum for having had invited me to engage with colleagues with matters of national importance, and also to reflect on where we are and where do we want to see ourselves, both as a province of the Northern Cape and also look at the country and ask ourselves a very critical question on what kind of product are we presenting to the world, that when we release our graduates from the institutions that we are working with, are we confident that the type of graduate that we are releasing are able to adapt in any environment and be able to be very productive? Now, that's a critical question that we need to be asking ourselves. To the forum leadership, the organizing committee, the principal of the Northern Cape, they say Rural Technical, and also key stakeholders in education. And then I've seen several presentations from yesterday, and I was very excited. And colleagues, let us engage. AI has been with us for quite some time. It has been within the education space for quite some time, and a lot of institutions has embraced the integration of artificial intelligence within its system. Now, for the period 2018 to 2022, there has been a rapid increase in the use of AI in education. Now, when you look at what the global market speaks of AI, they say the estimated projection of the value of AI in education is close to 26 billion, which is a lot of money, that is being injected. Now, there are opportunities available for us to be engaging in AI in order to enhance education. Now, for this particular presentation, the AI will refer to the use of smart technologies that provide personalized, adaptive, and insightful teaching and learning experiences for our learners. Now, in my introduction, I spoke about the critical importance of the kind of graduates that we are producing. But I think we also need to ask ourselves, when you walk into a classroom, when you walk into a lecture room, what kind of experiences are you able to observe? Or what kind of tools are available in your disposal that you are able to tap into in order to make their student learning experiences very relevant, so that when they walk out of an institution, they are able to resonate and be able to adapt in the industry? Or are we producing graduates, when we release them to the industry, there are certain skills that they are lacking, or they are not prepared adequately to be able to adapt in industry? Hence, we end up having questions from industry saying, no, your people are not well baked. They do not fit in here. Hence, I rather prefer a person from a particular institution rather than a person from a institution B. Now, we need to ask ourselves, do we have the necessary tools and impetus so that our students are able, honestly, to make an impact, and they have benefited from their duration of their stay in the institutions. Now, there are a lot of various opportunities available to integrate AI to enhance the student experiences, and also to allow those who are working within the space a lot of space or a lot of time at their disposal to be able to be impactful when they integrate AI in their classrooms. And then in this presentation, I'm going to highlight some of the few that are available. Now, AI tools can address the barriers to learning and also be able to use AI for your programs to be very inclusive, addressing the matter of inclusive education. Now, these tools are available to support the individual educational needs of students with disabilities and learning difficulties, This particularly to support the inclusive education of learners and students who are experiencing, some might be experiencing visual and hearing impairment. There is should I call it a tool or an application that is used for translating presentations, which will provide subtitles on the slides. And then this allows those students to be able to engage meaningfully with the content and draw from that particular learning experience. Now, this AI application allows learners to learn, and it is able to automatically translate Sang language. And from yesterday up until today, we have highlighted on the importance achievement of recognizing Sang language as the 12th official language in South Africa. Now, you tap into Google Translate. It allows students to be able to read and hear the content in class in their preferred languages. I said mother tongue, but a student can either be a Setswana speaking like myself and be able to utilize that to translate into either English, African, Xhosa, Xitsonga, isiZulu, and isiSotho. And then also, these tools are able to provide some sort of visual realities. A program called VR gamification can be utilized in order to enhance those students' experiences. Now, the AI gesture recognition technology also is available, which uses sophisticated machine learning algorithms to read the facial expression or gestures of individual students. Now, it is able to highlight when the student perhaps is struggling with a particular content in class. Now, the analysis that it does, it allows you as a teacher or a lecturer in class to be able to come up with an appropriate intervention in class to address the challenge that the student is able to, or the student is suffering from. The other important aspect, it also customized the kind of intervention that you as a lecturer or a teacher can come up with in class in order to enhance and support their learning. And then also institutions can tap into the issue of automated personalized assessment, in which you design your programs in such a way that you relieve yourself of the time of marking. You design, and then you feed the computer with the information, and automatically it assists in grading the student capabilities. Now, this is also capable of designing, monitoring, and differentiate assessment that are tailored to effectively support the individual academic development of your students. And then also simulation programs. There are thousands of AI smartphone applications that are available that create interactive simulations of learning content. Now, colleagues, every time I'm a teacher, educator myself, and we do have that time where we go to schools and evaluate students. And I am an advocate of differentiated instruction. Now, when I walk into a class, sit there and see that my students are reverting or only resorting to talk and chalk, that sometimes drives me a bit nuts. And I will ask them, majority of them, if they were here, they will confess. And I will ask them, what is it that you are holding? A smartphone. But you are complaining of not having resources. Why don't you tap into that particular resource? Think about the learning process itself. Don't look at the product, but look at the process. How are you able to customize the learning experience in a manner that makes sense to your students? Remember, it should be about the students. It must not be about your good selves. Now, we need to be able to, also as lecturers, be able to tap into these opportunities that are available in order to enhance the students' educational resources. Now, these kind of resources are able to develop 21st century digital skills and create technology-integrated smart learning environments. Majority, we understand, good people, and we appreciate the fact that no, resources are not in abundance. But now, from where we stand as principals, where we stand as educationists and as key stakeholders from government, are we really doing enough to invest into the future of our young people? Or are we just folding our arms and saying, no, we do not have resources and so forth? What kind of learning environments in our own institution have we created for our students to be able to benefit? Are we responsive, or are we just holding our arms and hoping that no, perhaps something will come from somewhere? Another application there, the augmented reality. I saw this at the University of Northwest. A colleague of mine took me through a place. There is a place called Bailey Park in Potchefstroom, and it was developed in an area where previously people were removed. It was in the olden days, there was a location there, and then people were removed to Ikageng. Now, what this application does, and it took me, I was so impressed. What this application does, it is able to recreate the images of those years on top of the kind of the developments that are currently existing there. Now this use GPS coordinates and positioning approximation. Now, teachers or lecturers can pin historical information to the geographical location of the historical site. Now, learners or students will visit this historical site and can access the visual layer of interactive multimedia via the phone's camera's vision. For example, when the camera viewers points towards a particular location, there is a historical building used to be floating augmented reality layer in the projected over the camera's vision of the real world, playing multimedia information and showing old photographs of that historical sites. And our smartphones nowadays are having the image recognition. This can also be tapped into. And then, very important, it is this AI tutoring chatbots. Learners can use AI tutoring chatbot to explain and clarify learning content and to master learning outcomes. Now, this can be prompted to respond to the matters of gender, age, the developmental level, and the unique educational needs of the learners. If you are able to customize in that way, that they are responsive to the content and the curriculum that you are offering, this can be a very helpful tool to enhance your learning. And then it can also be able to respond to a range of learning styles that can help learners with their homeworks and assignment, and also to prepare them for tests and examinations. The voice-assisted AI, it can help students to overcome directly, or to converse, colleagues, to converse directly with educational material on the internet and on an installed devices without any involvement of the teacher. The examples there, we do have Google Assist, the Cortana from Microsoft, the Apple Siri, Alexa from Amazon. Now, there is a lot, colleagues. There is a growing number of educational institutions that are using AI-assisted voice-assisted and chatbots to deliver institutional support to students. This AI voice assistant and AI chatbots are trained on institutional data and information. For an example, they are able to provide institutional statutes, academic rules, regulations, the protocols that need to be followed, admission requirements, student administration information, financial rules, campus and faculty information, and available student support services, and so forth. And the Arizona State University is using this particular model, where they are, they have fed the system with even the content, the curriculum, that they are not prescribed in textbook to students. What happens is that now, when students have access to their platform, they are able to engage interactively with the kind of content that they are having there. And then also looking at monitoring and support of individuals' educational development. Now, AI voice assistants and AI chatbots have the ability to continuously monitor the knowledge and skills development of individual students and can effectively respond to students' educational challenges, and then advise you as an instructor to adapt a responsive teaching strategy to best fit your students' needs. And then as a result, your intervention becomes meaningful. It does not become just a blanket approach. Now, these are some of the examples of AI-driven educational platforms: your ThinkerMaths, your Little Dragon, your Brain, your Dreambox, and so forth. Now, just to highlight from this one, we are having Little Dragon, which creates a smart application that analyzes that facial expression that I spoke about, or gestures, and adapt the user's interface accordingly. Little Dragon also creates educational games for kids. And NetEx Learning delivers digital learning and educational to educational institutions and promote digital curricula using audio, videos, and voice assistants like that. And CREM 101 uses AI to study textbooks and theoretical papers and to pinpoint the highlights of the material online, advising students on where to focus onto in order to benefit from the material that they are engaging on. It also able to generate practice tests, flashcards, and student exercises. Now, I have already highlighted some of these AI-powered learning platforms that can be able, that we can, or institutions can be able to tap into to be able to assist. Colleagues, of course, there are some concerns. The risk that colleagues are concerned of, educational institutions are concerned of, and so forth. And the forum have asked me to also look into, is it not moving? Hey, I thought my slides were moving. Or am I too fast? Colleagues? Oh, they are moving. Oh, I'm too fast. I will need to tone down a bit, I'm sorry. There are risks, colleagues, that are involved with the use of AI in education. The greatest one that makes people to panic was that no, AI is going to replace us. We humans are not going to be relevant anymore. Our jobs are at risk, and so forth. I don't know, colleagues. One of the main concerns is that it could be a threat to us. An instruction, jobs will be automated, right? Colleagues, while AI can automate repetitive tasks and provide personalized learning experience, most definitely it cannot replace the expertise and the guidance of human educators. Now, what we need to do is to equip ourselves with the tools and be able to mitigate and interact with the particular platform. The challenge is that majority of us and majority of the institutions are somewhat delayed in the adoption of these tools into their platforms. That is the only challenge that we're having. Now, we need to embrace these opportunities. We need to go up with speed. Otherwise, we are going to remain irrelevant. Not because you do not have the capacity, but you did not capacitate yourself to move with speed to what it is required. Now, the other risk is over-reliance on AI. Relying too heavily on AI-powered educational tools may impact students negatively. There is that need for the human touch. Am I over my time? Oh, there is that need for the human touch. Now, while AI can provide personalized learning and instant feedback, it cannot replace the human and emotional support that students need. There will always be the need for that. Now, it is therefore important to strike the balance between using the AI tools to enhance learning outcomes while also ensuring that it does not replace the human interaction and the kind of support, emotional support that is needed by the student. And because some of these applications are recently becoming available, there is that lack of regulatory framework to regulate how the AI can be utilized ethically into our environment. Now, also there is the potential of lack of creativity and critical thinking that can be attributed to over-reliance on the AI tools. Now, therefore, it is important for students to develop these skills through hands-on activities, discussions, and interactions with their peers and teachers. When you design your learning experience, ensure that while you allow them to be able to tap and utilize available resources, they should not rely only on them. Let that be that human interaction between students and the material. The other concern is the issue of privacy. We need to find solutions to prevent capturing of private information. Otherwise, there will be in contravention of the POPIA Act. Now, use of AI like your ChatGPT to write assignments is another concern. Now, there are four. I'm just going to highlight the four of the ethical consideration for the use of AI in education. Number one, there is a need of human agency. There is the need for fairness. There is a need for humanity, and also we need to be able to embrace a justified choice when we engage with AI. In closing, there is this newspaper article. I'm not sure it's not. Oh, I'm too fast again. This newspaper article where the two brothers created a chatbot in order to help them to be assisted in their assignment. Now, they engaged their father engaged colleagues to be able to assist them in the design of the chatbot, and then in no time after it was firstly announced, they already had gathered close to 15,000 users online, which means colleagues, we need to run with speed. Otherwise, we are going to remain irrelevant. Institutions of higher learning embrace the opportunity. Let our learning environment be as interactive as it can be, and to policymakers as well. Let us, when we are sitting and making some recommendation and policy changes, let us filter into what kind of resources are needed by institutions of higher learning, and also make budgetary provisioning, because these tools are not free. They come at a cost, and we need to be able to embrace it. In closing, colleagues, I had some questions and I was excited also on the engagement that we had from, I forgot to take the name, the speaker just before Dr. Days, on community colleges and so forth. Colleagues, the Walter Sisulu University is currently offering a diploma in adult and community education. It's a 3-year program. We are currently looking at coming up with an advanced diploma and so forth, so that we do not churn our students out of the system. Now, I am making this, I was not sent to speak about it. I'm just excited that there is an opportunity that exists that colleagues, if they are willing, Northern Cape teachers, lecturers who are underqualified and so forth, the opportunity exists for us to be able to look also into the modality, the model that we can, because they are full-time. No, lecturers are full-time in colleges. How best can we be able to come up with a model that will assist and capacitate lecturers while they are here and so forth? I'm open for such an engagement, and I will respond and give feedback to my principals that now, while I was at the Northern Cape, I saw this particular opportunity, a gap that will be able to fit in. And also with Dr. Days, with the University of the Free State, the diploma is at an advanced stage, and then we hope that no, in no time, the university will be able to have some intakes. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Selike. So I can relax. The automation is not going to take my job away. Colleagues, technology is technology. Thank you, Dr. Tays. Another round of applause, colleagues. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm going to, because it's almost time for tea, so I'm going to let Dr. Tays sit for now. If you've got that burning question, colleagues, please reserve it for after tea, and we'll engage more. And again, I invite you to also, colleagues, reserve your questions for the discussion session around 1:30 or 1:20, thereabout. We will have that engagement. So if you've got many of those, and as presenters are presenting here and something pops up, please reserve it for that time. Otherwise, colleagues, let me leave you for now with my nice shirt. We will come back again, colleagues, after we should be back by 11 or 11:30. Thank you so much, colleagues. On what? The time? Yes, yes. No. I keep on now. Colleagues, I think we can, in the meantime, engage Dr. Seleke's presentation. Dr. Seleke touched on a couple of AI interventions and assists that we may employ.
Colleges or the design of TVET lecturer knowledge becomes relevant within this argument, where you have these dual qualifications of the discipline-specific focus, whether it is in any of the advanced technological fields, as well as the enhanced teacher capability. Now, just to give you an example, it seems that in the context of the question, that the teacher knowledge that we need to cultivate within our classes should be about the development of process-orientated thinking skills, which is a common practice in any engineering education field. Its ability to do analysis, problem solving, and so on. And if you think about it, what happened, ChatGPT was introduced in the beginning of this year. And then about 6 months thereafter, the computer engineers developed mitigation tools to counter that argument. But there's also a set of other program engineers that's already developing tools to do the exact opposite. So should teaching then be focusing on the skills, or should it focus on the knowledge capabilities to engage in those rapid focus technological advancements? So the question is basic. What is basic education? What kind of basic education is needed within a space of technological advancements? Should we teach about robotics, or should we teach about robotics as well as something like skills to think about? So, because education, in my view, is about development of cognitive capabilities, a development of affective capabilities, a development of motoric capabilities. So, as teachers, if we understand that and apply that within our areas of specialization, we might be able to be relevant in the context and not necessarily focusing on ChatGPT or whatever technologies that exist today, because we will constantly be at the back end of the argument. So TVET colleges, universities, those involved, and I'm speaking from an engineering perspective, as that is my field, or technical perspective. So our focus can't necessarily just be on the core subject content knowledge, but it should be supported by the educational. That's why we have technical vocation, education, and training. And if we analyze those concepts, it gives you a sense in terms of what kind of teacher knowledge is required. That's my opinion in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, doctors. I see you came armed. All right. Thank you so much, colleagues. We are going to move a step forward. We'll just park this topic for now, and we'll open it during our discussion session. So our next speaker is the Dean of Students from my university. My boss is here, yes. She will be talking to us on the innovative student support strategies for academic success. And it's Nicole Morris. Ms. Nicole Morris is the Dean of Student Affairs at Sol Plaatje University. She has over a decade of experience in student affairs. Nicole's journey has been underscored by unwavering ardor of student entrepreneurship, leadership development, training, and facilitation, and holistic program development within the co-curricular space. Having completed her undergraduate and an MBA studies at Wits University, her commitment to lifelong learning is evident as she is currently pursuing her PhD in digital transformation. Ms. Nicole held various leadership positions, including serving as Vice President of SRC at Wits University, and is currently serving as the Deputy President of National Association of Student Development Professionals, Media Liaison Officer of South African Association of Senior Student Affairs Professionals. She currently sits in the University Sports Company Board of Directors and the New Jersey City University Leadership and Engagement Advisory Board. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Ms. Nicole Morris, my boss.
I'm not one for bios, but thank you very much. I was not aware that you had one, because I normally hijack it before it starts. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, colleagues, for being here, first and foremost this morning. Thank you very much to the conveners of this two-day session. I believe it's very informative. It's not only informative for you, the participants, but I believe it's also informative for me as a guest that's been invited here today. I do, however, hope that before being invited as a guest, I was just invited as a delegate because I too can learn from colleagues in the room. Because then they would have structured my diary differently, you see, because then I could really participate meaningfully. So just thank you to all of you, our esteemed guests and speakers, and I hope that I've observed protocol. Now, the previous discussion is one that interests me more than the topic you've given me, Program Director, but I'll go with what you've given me. And then I'm going to pivot into the previous discussion, because I actually have a keen interest when it comes to digital technologies and how we use digital technologies to advance education, to advance society, but really to also address some of the socioeconomic and political challenges we face as a society. But back to the topic you've given me, and that's around innovative student support strategies for academic success. Now, student success is something that's continuous. It's not something I can teach you today, and what I've taught you today is what it is for forever. Student success, much like the students that you've got in the room, is something that is living. So it adapts constantly, and if you're going to achieve any form of success, you need to recognize that what you did yesterday is not what you're going to do tomorrow. First bit of advice I have to give you. And so, in starting this presentation, it's the integral component of any university, because at the end of the day, an institution's core business is academic success. That's the core business. We can't deviate from that. So how you support the core business is what we're discussing here, and that's student success. Now, a vast majority of students emanate from various parts of the country, and there are various factors that actually influence student academic success. What defines a student from Kaimus versus Kakamas versus Kimberley is very different, and I've come to appreciate and acknowledge that. I've also come to acknowledge that at my institution, I don't only have students from the Northern Cape, but I've got students from the other 8 provinces. And in a few years' time, I'm going to have students from across the border. It's just the reality of globalization. And so when you speak of student success, it's very important that you recognize context, you understand location, and then you fit the two together in terms of addressing the needs of society and responding to economic challenges that we need to respond to. So if I bring it closer to home and we look at the Northern Cape, and I sat here yesterday and I was trying to listen for the voice and the voice didn't come. And then I sat here today and I'm trying to listen to the voice and the voice is still not coming. And the voice I'm looking for is a student voice. Now, there is no student voice in this room, which is of concern to me, unless they're here but they're not speaking. If you're here, that's also a problem. So are there students in this room? Welcome. I'd like to hear more of you, ma'am. All right. So you from where? You're studying at this campus. Wonderful. Now, we need more of that voice in this discussion, because you can't address student success and the lived student experience in isolation of the student. Because, no offense to you, Doc, or you or me, but we have experience, we've got knowledge, but the actual live, touch, feel, humanizing experience is her. So in preparing for this presentation, I had to call a few students into my office and say, look, tell me more about yourself. So what I've got on this presentation was verbatim the reality of an intern in my office. And her reality is growing up in a township, living in a 4-room government house with 10+ family members, surviving with a wage that granny gets from being a domestic worker, which is not enough to cover all the expenses, buy school books and uniforms for children. That's the African child's reality. That's what she said is her reality. That's her lived reality. So on the one end, we discussed ChatGPT and all of that, and I'm a tech junkie. But on the other end, it's very important to locate yourself and locate your student, because you have to meet students where they are. And so we're talking about ChatGPT, but have you taken a step back to reflect that we actually don't have infrastructure to support the ChatGPT we're actually speaking of? We're dealing with load shedding, we're dealing with major issues that actually this ChatGPT conversation we're having, it's great, but half of our students actually can't relate or will ever use it. So recognizing that there's a constant contradiction in the classroom is the first thing I'm going to share with you. On the one end, I've got a student who does have the infrastructure and who's using ChatGPT. But in the same classroom, I must recognize that I've got a student who does not understand it. So that's the first thing I just want to share with you when it comes to student success and how we come up with strategies in achieving broader student success within institutions of higher learning. Now, I don't know if the microphone is still working, but I'm just going to continue and remain agile. And so, Lewin and Mawoyo, 2014, indicate that student success should not be merely understood as graduation, but it should rather be understood to encompass quality, employability, and personal growth, particularly in addressing transformation challenges in access and success. These two scholars emphasize how South Africa's low student success rates have been recognized as having systematic causes, including poor school education. Education, being a social institution serving the needs of society, is indispensable for society to survive and thrive. It should not only be comprehensive, sustainable, and superb, but must continuously evolve to meet the challenges of a fast-changing and unpredictable globalized world. I must share with you the beauty of the agility is they connected me to Teams, so the colleagues online can see my presentation and can hear fully. So at least online, they're on track, and you, of course, are just going to have to look at me for now. This evolution must be systematic, consistent, and scalable. Therefore, school teachers, college professors, administrators, researchers, and policymakers are expected to innovate the theory and practice of teaching and learning, as well as all other aspects of complex organizations to ensure quality preparation of all students to life and work. I know I've said a lot, but that's the reality of what you're required to actually do. Now, in the context of Sol Plaatje University, we developed a student success strategy. And then in the development of that strategy, there were 4 critical questions we had to ask ourselves. The first question is, what are students doing? So, what do students actually spend their time and energy on when it comes to their education? Is what they're doing purposeful? And so, as Sol Plaatje University, we had to recognize the importance of tutoring, mentoring, and providing academic advising for students that really nurture a positive behavior for student success. But then we had to ask, what is SBU doing? And we said, look, we're going to try and be equitable, we're going to be responsive, and we're really going to be targeted in our approach because we recognize the contradiction in the classroom. But then we also needed to say, look, we will uphold high-impact educational practices, and that's a discussion for another day. Because it's very important that we provide the necessary opportunities for students to develop into what we're all looking for, students with key graduate attributes. The next question we had to ask ourselves is, what is the unique experience of an individual student? So, the principle of individuation should be applied to ensure that a student-centered approach to student success is something we work towards as an institution. In this regard, it means that we recognize the unique developmental trajectories, meaning-making process, and socio-economic challenges of individual students. So, at Sol Plaatje University, we perceive the student success journey as a wide path marked with unexpected turns, obstacles, and sudden changes. And in your spare time, you're more than welcome to read up on the work by Koo, Kinsey, Buckley, Bridges, and Hayek. So, as Sol Plaatje University, we recognize that the journey is complex. We also recognize that our students and us, there'll be various points at which we intersect, and those intersections are filled with contradictions and contestations. But at all points of the intersection, how do we recognize that we need to be humanizing in our approach? How do we recognize that we need to deal with the contradictions head on, but in a nurturing and caring environment, and so as to not lose sight of developing key graduate attributes? The fourth question we needed to ask ourselves are, what are the social systems impacting student success? And so, in this regard, we are cognizant as SBU of the complex network of social systems impacting the student experience. At SBU, we focus on a reciprocal interaction between individual social systems. We recognize that it's multi-layered. So to illustrate this to you, this is the Sol Plaatje University student success model. So we recognize that students come into the university with preconceived ideas. There is prior learning, we recognize it, we can't ignore that. They come from Boys High, they participated in cool hackathons, they were naughty, but they were also smart, they had fun. I know Boys High very well, I'm there quite often. Awesome school with great learners. And we recognize that they come into the university with challenges, but they also come in with a requisite amount of support. We recognize then with that, what does access look like? And this room knows exactly what that looks like. It can be challenging for some, for others it might be easy. But the student success and the student experience starts at the bottom, at pre-university actually. You cannot say you are doing student success and you have got a student experience in place if you have not started before Nicole made a decision to enroll at your institution. It starts before. And so how they enter the system is so important because that's the beginning of the journey with you. We recognize that our students are different. Cultural diversity, context is important. We recognize that spirituality exists, and that also informs what a learner walks into the space with. I mean, recently, I think as recent as yesterday, in Parliament, there's a discussion around having spiritual leaders form part of what Parliament looks like. Because we need to recognize that our location in Africa, in South Africa, is so diverse that approaching things from a Western lens is rather narrow. And so, as institutions of higher learning, we need to recognize that that student experience also needs to encompass the various cultural backgrounds and the various layers of diversity that students walk into our spaces with. So what students do, spend their time and energy on, is it purposeful? We then need to recognize, underpinned by engagement theory, that there needs to be a constant level of student engagement, whether you're in the classroom or out of the classroom. If you are just teaching, and you're instructional, and that's all you're going to do, but you do not create the space for engagement and critical reflection and robust debate, then I don't know you actually know who's in the room. Then you've lost the audience. Because then the question comes, is your curriculum even relevant? And that's something you can think about. But then we need to ask ourselves, in the outside classroom setting, which is where I find myself in, is the space equitable? Is the space responsive? And is the support targeted at creating opportunities and support to enhance student success? What am I preparing you for? Are you ready to deal with the social systems and various layers of society? And have I prepared you so that you can graduate and either enter the world of work or create work? Or lifelong learning? I don't know. But I need to make sure that in that ecosystem, we work in unison. Now, people often ask, what do you do, Dean, in student affairs? And I'm cognizant of time, so I've touched on a few strategies that can be used for students in academic success. And the first thing we do is really about creating a culture of achievement. And that's so important because everybody can achieve, just not all can achieve inside the classroom. Some achieve outside the classroom. And that's why I enjoy what I do, actually. We need to recognize that we need to create a space that's encouraging and supports socially cohesive spaces. And those socially cohesive spaces you create in residences. Those socially cohesive spaces you create through sports. Those socially cohesive spaces you create through a debating club. You create even through a political club if needs be. But it's about the tools and the resources you give them to really get full and a full experience out of whichever space they're in. We have to recognize, of course, community engagement is core to that experience because we're not developing graduates who are selfish, graduates who only think of their own interest, but we're saying we need to develop graduates who are going to add value to society. We're saying we're going to work with colleagues like you, ma'am, in creating internships and experiential learning opportunities, mentoring, networking, research collaborations for further education, and really think about how we work with our students and society in creating community-based courses, because then the curriculum becomes relevant. If I'm doing something that is of relevance, I can connect, and that's what makes business schools so much more successful than the others. I'll just leave that at that, controversial as it is. So, student affairs, those are the units that would ordinarily fall within the area of student affairs. But I have to say this to those of you who teach. When you do not meet students where they are, our primary healthcare services, our health and wellness services are under immense pressure because you have not understood or taken time to understand who you have in the room. You create anxiety, you create distress. You actually do. If you do not encourage students to participate in anything outside of the classroom, it means your students have great brains, but I don't know what we're saying about a healthy body, a healthy life. I don't know what we're saying about student life, what we're saying about student development. and ultimately what that looks like in spaces that students reside in. So those are the areas that fall within my area, but I interface with each and every one of the academic core within an institution of higher learning, because I have a responsibility to ask the difficult question. Is what you're doing going to add value or not add value? You know, I'm not the most popular person, but who cares? So within student life and development, I'll just share with you some ideas for student success that you can implement. I think it's important that you advance community engagement with your students from day one. I think it's important that you really foster arts and culture within your spaces. I think it's important that you recognize sport as an opportunity. At SPU, we recognize sport as an immense opportunity to drive social change. We've availed for this year 2.5 million rand in sport bursaries for students from the Northern Cape who we believe will add value to driving sporting excellence. We also believe that health and wellness remains key. Healthy body, healthy mind, healthy life. And of course, where our students reside is of national importance. Now, I did say I've got a keen interest in the previous discussion. So to segue from what I've just shared with you, I think there's an opportunity for us to really look at, especially in my area, how we take the student experience, the student success component, the community engagement component, and merge that with the opportunities that come from digital technologies. Because we've been through the first industrial, the second industrial, the third industrial, the fourth industrial. And there's a new dawn that's waiting for us, which is the fifth industrial revolution. And what the fifth industrial revolution refers to is a new society in which technological development is centered on humans and seeks valuable solutions for people's lives around the world. So that refers to what you spoke of yesterday. I enjoyed your presentation, by the way, sir. And there's a lot of opportunity for that industry in this particular province because we recognize the challenges. We've got the technology, but it's about how we bring the two together in really forefronting what that fifth industrial revolution looks like. I know I've digressed slightly, but I had to. Thank you.
Yes, you did, but you know why I'm not going to say anything. My job is on the line, so I'm trying to protect myself. Thank you so much, colleagues. I'm not sure if you are still going to allow me to just reserve the questions so that we quickly go to the next speaker, and then we can have a consolidated question and answer session after all the speakers have been through. I'm not sure if that will assist us in keeping check of the time. Thank you so much, colleagues. I'm quickly going to rush to our second last speaker, Dr. Matumbuli James Haji, who is going to talk to us about using the recognition of prior learning as an alternative pathway to access university qualifications. You're welcome to just stand next to me here, Doc. I am quickly going to So, colleagues, the AI is trying to get the better of me. So, Dr. Matumbuli James Haji is a recognition of prior learning specialist at UNISA. Previously, he worked as a senior lecturer at UNISA. He worked for Tshwane University of Technology, Nissan South Africa, CETA, and the University of Pretoria. He holds a BCom, BCom Honours, MSOC, and PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you Dr. Hey, the surname is a tongue twister. I hope you bear with me. Thank you so much, Doc. To the podium, please.
Thank you so much. The technical people, can you please come and rescue me?
Are you sharing?
Yes.
Yes, down there. Is the, what is it, the sound? You should be on the standby. Okay. No, but when we fly it.
Thank you. Oh, you see, they could see that my height is disadvantageous. But thank you so much, colleagues. It was indeed an interactive session. Yesterday's farmer spoke naturally. I saw him crying, and I said, I miss those times. You know, when we are in front of people, we usually pretend. Especially in these formal settings, we think, or we look like we are very serious, but that farmer really touched my heart, and I wish future speakers can be as natural as possible, because the population miss something when we are not natural. The gentleman who got most of the accolades is there, the one who is busy with the high school agricultural project. It's inspiring, and it's yourself, say. Do you want to see him? For those who were not here yesterday, please stand up and wave. Stand up and wave. Thank you so much. I will be presenting on behalf of UNISA around RPL, which is recognition of prior learning. I will deal with its policy around which govern RPL and reasons why students opt for RPL, and the fact that RPL, unlike other activities, is not for free. There are fees involved, and the possible outcomes. If you forgot, probably all possible outcomes I will share with you. Please don't forget that you can be declined through RPL. So these other outcomes are positive, but the one of declining, please don't forget it. I will not dwell much on this slide. You are aware that we are governed as the university by Council on Higher Education, but RPL is applied in different councils as well, which I won't dwell on them. You will be, for those who are in higher education will know that RPL is one of the ways to open access into the higher education learning or any other learning. And obviously informed by the white paper and end up infused in the Act. At UNISA, we outlined the principles, obviously informed by the CHE guidelines as to how RPL should be implemented. Very important, linked to the Madam Dean, student support. it's easier to open access. I think she can attest to that. But to get students to graduate is another story, isn't it? I don't want to talk about SRC students because I was part of SRC during my early years. A 3-year degree, we just multiply it by 2. It's going to be 6-year degree. Am I correct? Yeah. Okay. This is the definition of RPL at UNISA, which includes the assessment of, let me just speak without following through the slides because I can't see. I forgot my spectacles. But it is an assessment of work experience or life experience, regardless of how it was obtained. For example, there might be people who are working in an NPO, NGOs, who cannot offer a valid job description or an employment contract to show that they are employed. So with RPL, we are accommodative of such candidates as well. So we evaluate your work experience, obviously against the qualification you would want to be admitted into. You would know that each and every qualification has got admission requirements. Most of the undergraduates, they use APS. What does APS stand for? APS, admin officers? APS? No, you are used to those presenters who are not interacting with you, ne? Okay, but it stands for application point score. We calculate how you achieved your results at the matric level and equate it to a certain point which can make you to be admitted into an undergraduate qualification. I will not dwell deeper. I hope my video will play. The gentleman who presented about 4IR, I hope it won't disappoint. The sound, where's the sound? I said you must stand closer to me. Let's allow them to sort it out.
Okay.
It's not connected. I don't.
Yeah, audio is not to the more.
Bothata ke mo or ke kwa a se bo.
It's a shit with audio.
Ira.
This one.
This one.
The audio. Audio, yeah.
It close to it.
Then we include sound. Yeah. But then you mute the mic for while it's playing a little.
I get an A sharp, it's all it.
Oh yeah.
Hey, mara audio something to more.
Yamu presentation. Stop the sharing now. Then necessarily include sharing, include sound, right? And then reshare. Yeah, man. Yeah.
And then the real is like it's a while.
I wind. Okay. Yeah, Yeah, minimize. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Tsena mo.
Representation.
Hey. Or reshare quickly and then remove that particular slide and then you take back, ne?
Just to play.
And then you'll, yeah. Yeah, you'll just indicate to us which ones. Give it
share content and then include
really, it's a if.
I was thinking if we can let the other speaker then so that it gives us enough time.
Oh, okay.
Let me finish. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
No, we can play it after maybe. After a presentation.
lose the meaning.
Oh.
Where is it saved? This on this PC way.
Video share.
Location 2023.
That's the problem of.
Apologies, colleagues. Please do bear with us. Just a few minutes.
Is there? Yeah. So. Okay, they are sorting out technical issues. You see, most of us have been theoretical. Now we are being practical. It's not working. Did you see where we get it wrong? Simple things. It's not working now. Regardless, now it's ourselves. We are not ready. You know, I hope they get it right.
Let's give you the problems. You know what I think?
Or like continue, but
You say it's going to lose meaning. I was wondering if we can take the next speaker, then they get it right, that you don't.
they will
lose.
never. It's just pride. They will never get it right. I gave them in almost an hour back.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, then continue.
Okay, thank you so much. An indication from the colleagues at the back if they are getting it. Otherwise, I should probably move like a school teacher and just talk and talk and talk. Is it fine? Okay. These are some of the reasons why students would want to use RPL. Some of them will have obtained, okay, something is coming up. Okay, thank you. Can you see, Madam Dean? Easier said than done. We want for
I heard I could acquire UNISA qualification through RPL. Is it true?
No, my friend. UNISA does not award qualifications through RPL.
But what is RPL?
So it entails the identification, recognition of skills, competencies, knowledge, and work ethos obtained through informal training, on-the-job experience, and life experiences as measured against specific learning outcomes. The focus and emphasis are on the skills, competencies, and acquired knowledge, regardless of where the knowledge was acquired.
I have 10 years work experience. Does that mean I can be registered into the undergraduate qualification of my choice?
Well, not entirely, my friend. So you first need to meet the following RPL criteria for admission to undergraduate qualification. You must be at least 23 years old and have completed at least grade 10. Have at least 5 years relevant working experience in the study field in which you would like to apply for admission to a qualification. Have relevant knowledge and skills from experiential learning contexts that are transferable to academic contexts as evidenced by acceptable supporting documents.
That's perfect. I have everything you mentioned.
Well, that's not all. You should also possess personal attributes such as motivation and dedication to succeed in an open distance e-learning context, have gained sufficient academic English literacy skills through prior learning, have suitable and sufficient numeracy and mathematical skills, and last but not least, demonstrate the ability to plan academic activities realistically and to complete assessment within an ODEL context.
Thank you. Now that makes sense. Will you please assist Auntie Jessica? She has a degree, but she was informed that she doesn't qualify to do honors.
Yes, Auntie Jessica can be admitted into honors through RPL. There is RPL for access to postgraduate, master's, and doctoral qualifications with the following requirements. Persons who are 23 years of age or older with at least 5 years current relevant work and research experience. Prior learning must be gained through one or more of the following means: research experience, workplace learning, informal, non-formal, formal learning, company and/or industry-based training, working with experts, or life experience.
Wow! RPL has answers for all my family members. I almost forgot my nephew Debofo. He's been working for more than 5 years, and he is now registered for an undergraduate qualification at UNISA. Will RPL assist him to finish his qualification quicker?
Yes, Debocho can apply for RPL for module credit if his work experience is related to the modules he wishes to be exempted from. He'll receive up to 50% of module credits in a qualification through RPL, with the remaining 50% required to be registered and passed in the traditional manner. This means that he can complete his qualification quicker.
Wow, my friend, such detailed information. Where did you get it?
Well, I've done my research on the RPL application process. Each formal qualification at UNISA falls under a college, and each college has a dedicated RPL coordinator. I would advise that you contact the RPL office at rpl@unisa.ac.za so that they can guide you accordingly. You'll receive an email with the latest contact details of the RPL coordinators. Oh, and remember to visit their website for more information.
Thank you so much. Those ones who managed to study either educational psychology or pure psychology would attest that we learn better through seeing. Am I correct? Or through doing? Okay, no, thanks. These are the candidates. Next slide, please. The reason why candidates would go through RPL, those ones without grade 12 but grade 10, with 5 years experience, they can, I'm just gonna be repeating the video. The candidate with low APS, those who got honors but with a low average, candidates who had no research modules in their honors. Other colleges and departments offer non-degree purposes modules, and the candidates with experience but no relevant qualifications. They can use RPL to get the qualification of their choice. Next slide. RPL is not a credit exemption in the sense that RPL only assesses work experience, whereas credit exemption is when you are moving from one institution to another, one university to another. So with RPL, we are preoccupied with assessing your work experience. As the video showed, we have got, next slide please, two forms of RPL. RPL for module credit. It means if you are registered in a qualification and you see that some of the modules you have got work experience for them, you can apply for those modules and not do them traditionally and be exempted. If a qualification takes probably 3 years, you can finish it in 1.5 years because the rest of the modules you would have been exempted through RPL. So what we are trying to do is that we don't want to overburden students with making them to sit them for exam for the things they are already doing in their workplaces. So we exempt them from going through those modules traditionally. And the other RPL is for access to qualifications, wherein if you don't meet the admission requirements, but you have got work experience, we can assess your work experience through portfolio and you enter that qualification. And have you noticed that people with work experience tend to do better in academic activities as opposed to our fresh from matric students who have never worked anywhere? So with RPL, we are trying to accommodate your work experience so that you don't take long to finish qualifications. Next slide, please. The age is 23 years if you want to enter qualification of undergraduate. They differ from college to college. I will show you later as to which college allows the 23 years and which other ones want probably 30 or 27 years of age. And for masters, it is 23 years of age, but what is more important is that in most of the master's and doctoral qualification, we will require you to have an undergraduate qualification, not just to jump into the master's program. Next slide, please. Am I still within time? Mr. Nice Shirt. I'm repeating myself on this one. Next slide, please. These are some of the modules with the high applications for module credit per college. You can see College of Law, CEDU, and College of Economic and Management Sciences. It means instead of students writing exams for these modules, they just submit a portfolio of evidence and they're exempted from doing these modules. Isn't it that nice? Next slide, please. This is just an example of a qualification, which is the Diploma in Human Resource Management. What we are doing in this project, we would want to infuse RPL into every admission requirement or qualifications admission requirement in the university. Currently, when you view the admission requirements, you don't see anything around RPL, am I correct? And we are also integrating the qualifications from TVET so that those students who are graduating from TVET are not expected to start from the scratch with their diplomas or degrees. They can be put at a rate depending on what they have acquired from TVET colleges. So we are infusing these requirements. For example, here in HR, if you have got grade 10, not matric, grade 10, with 5 years working experience related to HR, you can be admitted and study for a diploma in human resource without matric. So matric is not the most important thing. There are other pathways. Next slide, please. I also extracted the Bachelor of Honors in Correctional Management. The new admission requirement, which will infuse RPL, will, if you are 30 years of age and have 10 years working experience, of which 3 years should be at management level. You can Doctor of Philosophy in Engineering. Okay, thank you. You must be 30 years old and have relevant research and work experience in order to be admitted into Doctor of Philosophy in Engineering. I have tried to summarize all what we call faculties, but in our language we call them colleges, qualifications. So this is what you will see from 2025, that our admission requirements will be having RPL route. Let's just jump the videos before the gentleman with the nice shirt harass me here. Slide number 19, please. Okay, are you there? Slide number 19. Oh, okay, thank you. Step 19. This slide is obvious. You are either accepted, declined, or conditionally accepted. Slide number 19. Oh. Thank you. These are the fees. Handling fees for undergrad is 2,400, and okay. Are we ready for 4IR?
Colleagues, please slide number 19, the one after this one. It's fine, colleagues. I guess the doctor will be able to just conclude from here.
Okay, I have stated the fees, and the slide which has got RPL contact information, please present it so that colleagues can see. Yeah, guys. It's very important to put this thing in practice. It's easier to talk all these 4IRs, 5IRs. Simple things we are failing to achieve, you know. Let's get the basics right. Next slide, which deals with the contact information. Thank you. These are our college's RPL coordinators. If you are interested to be admitted into various qualifications at UNISA, you can liaise with them, and they will be of assistance. I think for those who would want to view the videos which we were unable to show, please go to the website. We have those videos. You can view them during your spare time. Thank you so much, gentlemen with a nice shirt, for being generous.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks. Thank you so much. I will declare it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
A round of applause, colleagues. Wow. Can't believe you are here. Almost there, colleagues, almost there. Again, please just jot down those questions if you have. We'll have a special session for those immediately after the next speaker. And that should be nice. It should be nice. Okay, colleagues, our next speaker is Mr. Randall Fallman. Mr. Randall Fallman is the Director of Open Learning, Department of Higher Education and Training, and is going to be talking on the topic Inclusive, Equitable Education, Promoting Lifelong Learning. Mr. Randall. Colleagues, it looks like the applause have since subsided. They are not the same as yesterday, that I can tell.
Okay, that makes me feel really special. I think, colleagues, I think we're just going to be very practical. At the back there, I think our network is fluctuating. So can I ask them just to run the slides and I will indicate which slide that we need to move to? Because I think at the moment we are down again. There we go. Thanks very much. Now, you'll deliberately notice I have not handed in a bio. I share my experience with Ms. Morris. I, for some reason, hate bios. Where I come from, when you have a bio, you're faced with what happened in your life, you're dead. You go to crematorium, it's klar. So you understand the issues. And secondly, I'm going to share two things about myself, so it will give you sort of the context as to why I behave in this way. Number one, as much as I'm in Pretoria, I grew up in Mitchells Plain, Cape Town, in the Cape Flats. So that tells you already, I know exactly which phone you have, what type of laptop you have, which ones I can use, which ones, I mean, there's a lady at the back, no, I won't take that laptop. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that I do love technology, and I've been doing technology for the last 30 years at a school level, working with it, working through it, developing technology solutions and all of that. Right. Now that we've got that all sorted out, I deliberately decided to spend 2 days here. I needed to understand the context for this presentation and what, you know, get the feel of the audience and all of that. Some interesting things that you observe when you sit right at the back. I can, for example, tell you row 4, and I see they moved around now, but that was the naughtiest row ever. Those guys are just, and now I see the one gentleman moved on to that side, and I don't know if it's because there's a lady sitting there, I'm not quite sure. I can tell you, Polly forgets his name after 12 o'clock. I don't know what he did last night, right? So, and then I know the lady with the yellow has got a garden in the back, which she's growing, and she's very proud of that. Other than that, I also know that there's lots of key words that I wanted to share with you guys. I think maybe now we can go to slide 2. And these keywords that I picked up, well, when we get there, is it now me on my side or is it on your side, colleagues? Takes a while. Okay, so I have to keep going. Né? All right. Yeah, let's go to the next slide as well. Right. So there's a lot of keywords that I picked up. The other thing that I've realized is that farmers are actually here in Northern Cape very sensitive people, and that's nice to realize. I also realize that they have particular challenges because I know there's this juncture between what the system delivers and what their requirements are. And that for me is very important because we need to go back and say, practically, what are the things that we need to do to address these gaps? I also noticed that Dr. Seleke spoke a lot about the appropriate use of technologies in teaching and learning. We don't just use technology for the sake of using technology. That needs to be to support teaching and learning. Yes, there's the administrative component to it, but you don't just introduce technology for the sake of it. And I think we've learned that through COVID as to what is relevant and what is not relevant. I think Dr. Tace spoke about capacity building, making sure that our lecturers have the correct skills so that when we introduce technologies that they use it in the correct manner. I think a lot was said around student and how they access information and what do we need to do to make sure that we make that a little bit of an easier thing for them. Now, when I look at all of those terminologies, collaboration, very key for us. I mean, that we spoke about yesterday, not just within the sector, but also within the labor market as well. Skilled artisans, I think the colleague from CET touched on that this morning around the different trades and how we need to make sure that we upskill our colleagues from CET. Lifelong learning, I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. 4IR, clearly that is the discussions that we're having right now around the appropriate use of technologies. I think Mr. Soga spoke about learning management systems, and I'm going to delve in that and say what are the practical things that we're doing moving forward. Yeah, the last word, cannabis. You know what? The funny thing is, you guys had 5 areas yesterday. Ne? I think it was green technologies, it was technologies, and then there was the one that says cannabis. Now again, I'm from Mitchell's Plain. It means something different to me. So we will support you. I can speak on behalf of the colleagues from Mitchell's Plain. Daai mannetjies daar in die Kaap, hulle sal vir julle support met hierdie cannabis idea wat julle het. Mr. Program Director, is this the cannabis that I know? I know your boss is here, don't worry about it. No, we use it for medicinal purposes. Right, so what spin does that bring to lifelong learning? It's the first time that Oki in Mitchell's Plain can tell you, lifelong learning, I know about cannabis, I know the advantages, the disadvantages, how to use it and how not to use it. I must ask the colleague that presented earlier on recognition of prior learning. Again, if he's got a grade 10 and he's got experience with cannabis, where do we move to from there? So yeah, colleagues, so clearly I'm the director for open learning, and as you know, sometimes the department chooses people, and then only after you've been employed permanently, you see this character coming out. I think the colleague earlier said, show who you are. Yeah, this is who I am. So nevertheless, I think Tanya touched on it very nicely this morning to speak about the openness of tertiary education and education. What are the things that we need to put in place? And clearly this is really identifying the key areas for us to touch on. Breaking down the barriers for us to make sure that students have access to educational opportunities. I think it's a big issue for us. Yes, we have TVET colleges, and yes, we have universities, but I don't think we have sufficient space to address the need that is there. And so we have to keep on engaging with the success is very much a crucial issue, and I think Ms. Morris touched on that. It's pointless if you enroll a student without making sure that there's success at the end of it. Cost effectiveness of provisioning, there again my Mitchell's Plain brain comes. I mean, cannabis, Northern Cape, cost effective, you know. So yeah. So those are some of the key areas when we speak about open learning. That is the principles in terms of the approach of it. I think we can go to the next slide quickly. Now clearly I'm a department official, so I need to speak about policies and the policy environment and all of that. The other thing, by the way, that I've learned is that our sign language interpreter speaks English and Afrikaans, because yesterday she just went through both the languages. I'm quite impressed with her. Okay, so from a policy perspective, now the minister has launched the NPP set, and I think he did it 2 weeks ago. But what we try to make sure is that these principles of open learning finds expression within our planning and where we are moving towards. The policy framework really speaks about how do we envisage the implementation of open learning happening. Okay, so we can go to the next slide. Now, clearly, when you have an implementation plan, it needs to be informed by something. And we conducted 16 case studies. I think it started in 2017. And these case studies focused on key areas to understand what the issues are that the TVET sector is grappling with, and how do we make sure we address those key areas moving forward. I think we can go to the next slide. The next slide is really just about what these the case studies look like. And as you can see, it speaks about lifelong learning. It speaks about access to learning opportunities. It speaks about open educational resources. It speaks about innovative leadership and management as well, because I think that is something that is required within our institutions. When you look at the 4 IR, 21st century skills, 5 IR coming up, robotics and all of those types of things, I think we can move to the next one. I realize that it's almost lunchtime and you guys are hungry. You should see your faces from this side. Can you just get finished? Yes, okay, I'm getting there, guys. Okay, so when we completed all of the different case studies, we then presented that with the quality councils, and we did a colloquium around it, and really just to make sure that we sort of showcase the findings of the different case studies. We can move to the next slide. Now, clearly after that, COVID happened, and we know that yes, there were some downsides to COVID, but it forced us to look at our teaching and learning strategies, how do we engage with students, and finding alternative methodologies. The other reality is, I think that our students are past that stage of having paper behind glass. I think within modern technologies, with your phones that you have, it provides you with so many different ways and modalities in terms of how do you engage with students. I think we can move on. Right, so again, if we're saying that we want to be in an online environment, it does mean we need to understand what collaboration means in that respect. Those days of keeping our content to ourselves and not sharing them, if we try and start sharing with one another, I think you're going to gain more than what you give. Open educational resources does not just speak about textbooks, it speaks about software, it speaks about videos. The video that the colleague tried to show earlier on, I've also learned with Teams, don't do videos, it just doesn't work. So it really speaks about sharing, reusing, revising and remixing the content that you have and making that available and adapting it to your context. It's pointless if you're taking something from a completely different context, whether American or whatever, and trying to adjust it to our context. That doesn't work. The reality is we need to either produce our own content, which, by the way, I think we're quite capable of doing, or we have to contextualize the information that we have. Right, let's go to the next slide. Right, so you have open learning on the one side, you have my love for technology on the other side, my passion for technology. What generally happens, we develop an online environment, and this is what Mr. Saga spoke about the other day, speaking about learning management systems and how do we use them and how do we not also use them. In other words, I mean, with learning management systems these days, you have competency frameworks in there that can sort of deal with your assessments and your evaluations, but I often feel that there's a place for technologies and then there's a place for the lecturer to do what he needs to do. Right, so the learning management system consists of generally three things. The first one is a content repository where all of the content that was developed for the courses, you find that that's where we host it. In other words, you don't have to go through the entire course if you want to see a video on how to wire a plug. Then you have the learning management system, where this is where we host all of our courses that we've developed, and also courses that we've received from different institutions. Yes, I think at the time when we made this, we had 18,000 users. We have now moved quite past that. And the reason why you find that it wasn't very widely advertised was when you develop systems, and I think my colleague that was here previously understands this better than me, you don't just go out and showcase it and launches it. The reality of it is you need to test the system. You need to make sure it addresses the requirements that you have. You need to get feedback from your users as well. Right, let's move on to the next one. So again, within the learning management system, what is interesting now is that we've developed the 13 trades, and one of the trades, which is electrician, Tanya was very instrumental in that one and has developed it very nicely. And then when I arrived at DHET, I think 2 weeks later she left. Now, I'm not sure, Tanya, this cannabis thing, whether that had any influence on your decision, because you're always happy when I come here, you're always smiling, you know. Nevertheless, okay, so let's quickly go to the next slide. That's what the system looks like. Yeah, it's not the traditional green and orange of the department. I've actually picked a slide which looks a little bit decent. It's full of color, it's full of vibrancy, but I think it's also about the user interface needs to address the students, not me as the lecturer or as the department. This is something that the students need to use. We can move on. And so this is a summary of some of the content that's available on the NOLS. Yes, I spoke about some of the courses. We've got 14 courses. Now, what's also important here is collaboration and partnerships with industry as well. And then we've got some on the electrician course, we've got about 394 videos which was locally developed. In other words, we send a camera into a workshop at a TVET college and we said, this is what we need, go and do that recording and come back with it. We've got some career development officer chapters. Then obviously the user base has increased to over 21,000. And then in terms of CE2, we've developed an entire course for the NASCA. And then interestingly enough, the advanced DIP TVT is a number of modules that we've developed. Now, those modules are there for institutions to use and to adapt so that they can make it part of their courses. And that's the purpose of it. Now, you'll see there, it's 8 out of 17. I will speak about what happened to the other lot before you get to the complete 17. Okay, we can move to the next slide. So, now, again, when we speak about collaboration and partnerships, we collaborated with the University of Free State, and they have developed the entire 15 modules. We are launching it next week. I hope our colleague is invited from his own institution. If not, speak to me, I'll get you an invite. Oh, you also want one, Benjamin? All right, let's speak after that. Donations help, and I'll get you an invite. All right, so we've managed to complete all of that, but the idea here, again, it's not about developing a textbook. It's about developing a course with multimedia, speaking to the language of the student, and making sure that it's also entertaining for the student and using the abilities of the technology that the student is using. Right, we can move on. Now, here's the interesting thing. I mean, our colleague with a beautiful blue shirt had said right at the beginning of the day, and these were words that stuck in my head, he said, we want action, we don't want a talk shop. And I completely agree with him. So if we have the system, what have we done as the department to support Northern Cape? So on the 7th to the 9th of February this year, we had brought some of the lecturers into one venue, and we had trained them not just on ICT skills, but also on how do you manage a learning management system, specifically one like the NALS. So let's move on quickly. And that training session formed part of a broader training session, which was something that we had done countrywide. Let's move on. The 3 days consisted of, yes, skills for a learning management system, but what was also important for me was to get industry on board. So we had engaged with Microsoft and said, ultimately, this is the training program we want. Find some of your programs that we can sort of integrate or infuse in our program so that at the end of the 3 days, I'm able to give my lecturers a certificate from Microsoft, from Industry, to say you have completed the short course, and that is what we've done. Let's go to the next one, please. So it's been an extensive training program. We can move on. And we have gone through the entire country. There you can see that we started on the 18th of October and we completed the 9th of March this year. And as you can see, Northern Cape was from the 7th to the 9th of February. I think we had about 35 lecturers that participated. Let's move on. What were the recommendations? And this is the interesting part. So you conduct the training session, what comes out of it? Those were the three things to say, we need to develop courses that addresses the requirements of TVET institutions. The second one is they needed additional support. I think the face-to-face was the most important one for the initial training session. And also the challenge has been that the principals of institutions need to be brought on board and they need to be provided with training as well. Let's move on. Right, so where are we now with the content development? We've started partnering with TVET colleges. We started with Hertzebande. We are now busy with Cape College, where we take their courses, the content they have, and we develop it into a self-directed course, and we provide it back to them with the proviso that they also make it available to other institutions as well. Let's move on. That's just a summary of the training that we've conducted and the way we've conducted that. I think I spoke about that earlier on. We can move on. Now, partnerships, I think, collaboration, partnerships, probably one of the most important things, but this is not something I think that's new to Northern Cape. When I looked at the presentations over the last few days, it was very clear that you guys have started with the partnerships, whether it be industry, whether it be the local communities. I think quite a bit has been done already. With HP, what we had found was it's pointless for me to go and make 21 courses on communication, innovation, marketing, operating skills, and digital skills, where HP has already done it. And you download the app, you complete the course, it takes you 3 hours. At the bottom you can see that's a certificate you get for completing that course. What's also interesting here, colleagues, is that if your student is at the end of his studies and he's going to apply for a position and maybe there's a requirement that he doesn't fulfill, it allows him at least to go to a platform like this and complete a course and say, well, at least I have an idea of what marketing is all about. Because it takes you 3 hours, you get the certificate, and there you go. Right, let's quickly move on. Intel's partnership is very important, and I think that this province, there's lots of potential for you to gain some valuable support from them. Now, 2022, I had a discussion with Intel, and they had funding available to provide 4IR technologies within an institution. We had identified Orbit College. We had then provided them with the technologies. We had also made sure that the lecturers were trained, capacity building, and then also made sure that the students started with the courses. Now, with Intel, there's a number of different courses. I think there's about 5 or 6 of them. You get one that's very basic for community members, up to a very specific technology course in terms of the industry, in terms of what they want. So we can move on quickly. What is interesting about this one is that this year, the students of that college participated in a global festival. It was an online festival. I think they won something like $1,000. Now, what was interesting about this is that Intel then appointed an outside company and to start looking at the projects and compare them on an international level. So here's the key message. I think sometimes we are the ones that are delaying our students. When you put them a platform like this, I mean, I looked at Dr. Seleke's presentation earlier on with the two brothers that developed a solution. In this instance, the very same thing. We gave them just the basic training of 4th IR, and they went and they participated and they won a prize. So sometimes we need to make sure that our biases and our problems that we have technology does not impact on our students. Okay, next one. Yeah, and that is just some information around the regional manager, around what they had done and how they went about it. Now, I must be honest here. This Intel project is at different levels. You could have it at infrastructure level, you could have it at capacity building level, or you could have it at educational content resources level as well. So it's threefold in that regard. Okay, let's move on. Microsoft partnership, I've used that specifically with the lecturers to make sure that they get the support they need. And here's my thoughts on these colleagues. TVET colleges pay a lot of licensing fees on a yearly basis, but you're not getting the benefits of it. There's no reinvestment. So as a province, this is something that you need to think about, you need to engage on, because I cannot see that we pay year on year exorbitant amounts of money for licensing Microsoft products, and there's no benefits back. And when I say benefits back, I'm not talking about money, but capacity building of our lecturers should be one of the key things. Access to educational resources should be a second one that we need to engage on. All right, let's go on to the next one. Right, last thing that I want to talk about. Remember, in the beginning, we spoke about three things: content development, support in terms of lecturer capacity building. The third thing was to ensure that our lecturers, our principals in our institutions have been trained and they know how to manage technologies in their environment. So this is something that we started with. We've also gone and done a 3-day course. This will be happening probably in the next couple of months in Bryanston at the Microsoft head office. Right, let's move on. And those are the key areas. It's called education transformation. One of the aspects of it, I think, Ms. Morris, that you will enjoy, it's around focusing on students and student success as well, and how to use technology to enable all of these different things. Now, obviously, it's not going to solve all your problems, but at least it will give the principals of the institutions something to fall back on, and also create a community of practice around that. All right, I think we can go to the next one, which should be the last one. What is the next steps? The first thing is that I want to make sure that the system that we have is improved. In other words, how do we access, for example, the National Open Learning System? And one of the things that I'm definitely going to do is to develop an app for it so that you can use whichever device you have, get access to it, and that way access your educational content. I also want to make sure that we have specific spaces for TVETs on the one side and for CET on the other side, because I think the requirements are very different, and I think also the user interfaces should be very different for these two different areas. And then, yeah, that's it from my side, colleagues. Thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure being with you guys for the last 2 days. I think you should give yourselves a hell of a round of applause. No, you can do better than that. Well done, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Don't leave your laptop. I may just become... Don't tempt me.
The government laptop, it's older than 6 years. I mean, really now. You're desperate if you steal this.
Colleagues, thank you so much, and thank you so much. A round of applause again, colleagues, for Mr. Randall. Yeah, colleagues, we are here now. I'm going to request all the presenters since this morning, starting from Mr. Joseph Mandiwana. I'm going to let it slide for you, Tanya. But all the other presenters, I'm going to request them to come to the front. We have reached the stage where we are going to discuss all the topics that have been proposed since this morning. I have also indicated, I think earlier on, to colleagues saying hold some of those questions that you may have, that we will reserve them for this moment. That moment has come. So Dr. Teis, Dr. Seleke, all the presenters that have presented, I again have a place especially for you right here in front. You could swear I'm the son of man. Colleagues, as they come forward, please, a round of applause for them. You can unleash those questions, those burning questions that I said to you, may shelve them for now until this time. The time is now. So I'm just going to remind you of what each speaker was actually engaging us on. Mr. Madingwana in the morning spoke on the role of community education colleges in enhancing access to education and contributing towards the development of the province, the CET. And Dr. Teis talked about enhancing quality education, opportunities in the TVET sector. And Dr. Seleke talked about advancing learning through artificial intelligence, exploiting the opportunities and managing the risks. My boss, Manny Cole, she spoke on innovative student support strategies for academic success. Dr. Matumbuli, using RPL as an alternative pathway to access university qualification. And the Cape Townian. Colleagues, please check your phone and your phones and laptops. He talked about the inclusive, equitable education promoting lifelong learning. Colleagues, I'm going to just open the floor for the questions. If you have any questions, can I also have a roaming mic? If you have any question posed to any of the presenters, this is the time. But I think I'm going to start. Nicole, I think I'm going to start with you. I think you brought in a very important dimension of students' voice being silent. Can we say, and I'm tapping in your personal opinion, because you may not speak on behalf of the many institutions gathered here. Can we say that the many students' protests that we are seeing in different universities today, is it a sign that indeed the student voice has not been taken into consideration in ensuring their success today? Can I have the roaming mic, please? And I remember I had the colleagues who also had questions in the morning. Can they please identify themselves, and then we'll pose to different speakers as we go along. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the question. It's not an easy question. Because when it comes to student, is this working? Okay. When we look at student protest, it's complex. And if we reflect on the NSFAS challenge, which is the one we're all grappling with at the moment, it's a challenge that doesn't stem from the institution, but rather from NSFAS as a structure or an organization. That's what I'll say to be politically correct. That organization's deficiencies and inequalities and its lack of proper administrative systems, unfortunately, have crept into higher education institutions. And because of their inefficiencies and the bad decisions, or good decisions, I don't know, because, I also need to play the politics here very selectively, because I don't know who's in the room. It has implications on students, but it also has implications on the sector. So if we look at universities and we look at the Council for Higher Education and how universities are structured, we recognize that SRC, as being the highest student governance structure, is there and it does have a seat at the table. But if we look at the most recent incident that emanates from a macro entity, it being NSFAS, it plays itself out at a micro level. Now, the students have the voice, program director. They're in the room. They want a response from us. I cannot respond because I don't own the NSFAS portal. I don't own the NSFAS system. I don't. And so, as much as I want to meet you where you are, student, my hands are tied, because as an institution, we're part of a broader ecosystem, and what they do on the outside will affect us on the inside. So to say that the student voice plays an integral role in student success, yes, it's important. They do. To simply answer that, yes, they do. But I cannot ignore the fact that there are other factors that influence success and what that looks like. So if you go to bed and you are uncertain of your funding for a food allowance or accommodation allowance, it creates distress, it creates anxiety, and will you succeed? I don't know. And so then as the institution, I need to find ways to plan, because I know that this mess is coming. But my hands are also tied in terms of budgets, because the state is also in a difficult position where it's saying, look, if you don't use your resources, I'm coming in to take your resources. So it's complex. And the student voice is critical, and that is why when the opportunity presented itself for students to go to Pretoria, for students to go to Cape Town, for students to go to those offices, as deans of students across the country, we said, we will assist you, student, to go, because the problem is there, the problem is not here. So the question is then, I think, do we enable our students to use their voice to take the challenge to where it should go? And that is something we need to be. So in my own context, I can say yes, because I will gladly give you a bus to go, and I don't have an answer for you here. Go there. But of course, it's not to say that all other colleagues do the same.
Thank you, thank you. I saw a hand. Yes. Colleagues, just be mindful of time. We are not here until 6. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay. Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon. Leonard. Just a question, Dr. Haj. You mentioned some being made with regards to the articulation. Seamless articulation, and also that we avoid any waste of potential by people having to. Thanking all the panelists, presentations that have been made. I'm not sure safe from my. I also want to say, is this presentation aid the policy or position that is shared by the Yusuf family? People that are here and the people that are outside, that they don't have to trek to UNISA, they can access that system. Oh, okay. Dr. Morris. Can I get that? It's a lifelong learning, you know. The issue of civic education, our student population, communication, you know, obviously one is concerned about the protection of the infrastructure. And I mean, I think you've correctly articulated the frustrations, and the slide that you put on earlier on was just a correct description of the South African situation faced by African children. But yet we do have a question that once the challenges have been attended to and the demands have been met, what happens when the infrastructure has turned into ashes? So where do we go? Is how do we protect our youth from external unrelated interest? Not the NSFAS, but because we've seen some elements where some whiskey drinking individuals who want to maintain their lifestyle of drinking whiskey, of whiskey drinking, would want to push students towards a particular agenda so that they can derive their income. So a bit of civic education perhaps there. And my colleague from CET, the advocacy program for the community college. You mentioned earlier on that there's a dropout rate because of seasonal employment, which is correct, because you're dealing with adults. And once upon a time when I dropped by education system, I learned that there's a difference between pedagogy and andragogy. And therefore the design of the curriculum and the instructional design needs to take into account that you're dealing with the breadwinners. So how do we align that? My 6-year-old. Thanks.
I think let us take at least 5 for this round. And then I think 5 questions. And then we already have 3. I'll allow 2 for this round, and then we'll come back and, so that we give them an opportunity to respond.
Good afternoon, colleagues. This question is maybe not directed to any speaker from the front. My biggest worry for some time was that we as the PSET sector continue to produce graduates that are not getting placements when they complete their qualification. Is it the structure of our qualifications that is making it possible? Is it the economy that is failing to absorb the people? Or what is it that we're doing wrong that makes our graduates not to be appointed, placed somewhere else, or to find themselves actively participating in the economy? Is it the structure of our qualifications, or what is the problem? Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panel, and thank you, Chair. Yes, mine is very simple, Chair, that as South African, we have a historic struggle in the institution of higher learning, and of which we are of a general view that In the first place, when we started talking about the free fee education, it created a class struggle and class imbalance. Hence, South Africa and its nature of its struggle and how it's economically structured. It has its disadvantages and previously disadvantaged institutions and so on. Pinning into a question of every time when, particularly the role of the institution of higher learning in transforming or either trying to speak to the content of the curriculum. As a part of a graduate, we used to speak to a question of the curriculum that is not addressing the socio-economic, political, cultural question of South Africa as an African, particularly the curriculum in the institution of higher learning. But we are not speaking too much to that. Picking into that, looking at the historical struggle and historical educational struggle, its phase is coming from the Bantu education, transforming into higher institution, where we were taught about the arrival of some individual in 1652 and all of that. But we still our identities, our history, we still have to reflect on that, on the daily life of our struggle. We are still sitting back, but what is that? And what then becomes our role, particularly on the industrial, fourth industrial revolution, that one of the professors was speaking about the RPL and all of that, speaking on the age limit, forgetting that there is what we will call the missing class. That's what we spoke about. The missing class, when you say a child will finish at 80, previously since 1904, there were those that had no any access to this institution and success. As much as currently we are advancing it and we are trying to accelerate it at the pace that we will want. I will not want to actually speak too much to the fourth industrial revolution because it has its phases. We don't know which phase are we as a country, collectively, including in our institution of higher learning, how others were autonomous, how others were structures, others were actually resourced, like your former, your institution, like your University of Free State, which is one of the institutions that one will want to make example of, including the one in the porch and so on. So what I'm saying, looking at that, we need also to look into the historic class struggle of our kids, even including currently. We are supporting a total success and access to education, but we are saying something needs to be done drastically. That question cannot only be left with NSFAS alone. There should be a collective, multidisciplinary approach to this particular in order to find an amicable solution. If need be, that we speak to a question of the infiltration in the institution of higher learning and the political role by some political parties that are actually involved in influencing some political interest and their posture ideologically in the institution in order to redirect what we believe is just an education, and that therefore it ends there. So it has a role. So our class political struggle and class economy is also displaying itself in the institution, because the institution of higher learning are a reflection of the society that we are coming from. The things that we are doing in the institution, that is why we need to go to a strike and demand the right to education and access. That's what we will demand, unapologetically so, because we are the product of this Bantu education.
Colleagues, I'm not sure if, because the two questions, no. For this one, let us just deal with the 5, and then for the next round, then we'll take another 5 questions. You are noted, sir. Colleagues, I'm not sure to whom I should start with. They were Benny. The first one was Benny. I think it's you. The first question was actually directed to you.
I was trying to dodge it. Thank you so much for the question, and thank you so much for that voice. We need a student perspective voice, not to say that you are a student, but we need these contradictions to be debated. On the question of articulation from TVET to universities, I think around 8 years ago, we were faced with that challenge as the university. And in most of our engineering qualifications, we have infused TVET feeder qualifications so that there is that progression into our so-called traditional degrees. So the graduates from TVETs can be welcomed, even though their metric might not be meeting the statutory admission requirements for the qualifications. Just because they've got the diplomas from TVET, they are able to articulate into either postgraduate diplomas or honors, depending on the NQF levels of those diplomas. Is it UNISA or Yusuf approach? No. I think most of you will have, attest to the fact that more than 33%, almost 40% of the student population is based at UNISA. So we try to lead in all areas. So it's a UNISA initiative, it's not ASAF. Most of the universities invite us to guide them on how to deal with this RPL story. As much as it's attracting a lot of negative news, I think colleagues will be aware of some politicians who have used RPL, but I won't comment on that. But we are trying by all means to guide our sister universities around RPL. Last year we had a seminar with how many? Around 5 universities, trying to show them how they should go around RPL, and they're embracing it. But in the long term, you are correct. We must meet Yusuf so that we sort of institutionalize RPL as a nation than to work in silos. The question from, yes, the gentleman around why are we not able to make sure that our students get placements or job opportunities after graduating. I think that's what the question is. From the RPL perspective, there are 2 scenarios. If the students are lucky to be, obviously as RPL we deal with matured students, 23 years and older, of which because of our nature as UNISA of a distance learning, most of them might be working. So if their experience is related to the work integrated learning module, which is needed for them to graduate, we exempt them from doing or registering for that work integrated learning module. Their work experience through portfolio will make them just to graduate. But the second scenario is that because we deal with adults, especially for work integrated learning related modules, which are vocationals, we find that there is a requirement for an engineering student, for example, to go and be on a site and do certain things, of which that takes them away from their normal salaries. Some of them will have to leave their jobs to obtain a qualification, of which after obtaining qualification, there is no guarantee that you will get another job. So it is a challenge, because if you are doing a qualification which you are not currently working, your work experience related to that qualification, and there is a will component in that qualification, you will have to sort of downgrade your lifestyle and go for that experiential learning before you can be awarded the qualification. And most of the students, to tell the truth, the gentleman who spoke about the social dynamics, they are left with work integrated related modules to graduate, and they've not been graduating because they cannot abandon their jobs. So I think from my colleague from higher education and training, in your discussion, let's come up with a plan as to how do we mend the two? Should people leave their jobs to do experiential learning? Or we can come up with a model to sort of balance the two. Thank you.
The second question, was it yours?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Civic engagement. It's one of the key aspects of any university. Within student affairs, in fact, it falls squarely in our student life and development component, because we recognize the importance of well-rounded individuals and well-rounded graduates. So there's a strong civic education component that's coordinated from that office. But that office doesn't work in isolation. It's also translated in other faculties and other schools. It's continuous. However, it's not only my responsibility when it comes to civic education. It falls across the spectrum. And I think your question speaks to and linking it to what he was saying, that universities are microcosms of society. What happens on the outside does play itself out on the inside. But then the question is, do you burn your house at home? Do you mess up your garden? Do you torch your own car? And of course the answer is no, you don't. So why do it here? Because someone else needs to stay here, someone else needs to live here and make use of these facilities. And I touch wood saying this. I'm in a fortunate position because I have not had to deal with that in our environment at SPU. But at other universities that I've worked at, unfortunately, I have. And when one digs deep and you look into it, you do see the political influences from outside, and you do see that a lot of it is fueled from the outside for political gain, which is sad, because it's wrong for political organizations to use young people for their own political gain and to torch spaces of learning and cohesion for bigger political agenda. But of course, we can't ignore that happens. And the role of student life development, the role of student engagement, the role of continuous dialogue, discussion to help young people really understand that you can still achieve something good without destruction is continuous. And I think I've been fortunate because that door is open, that engagement happens. But I think where it doesn't happen, colleagues really need to take a step back and ask, are you meeting the student where they are? Because if you're not meeting the student where they are, then the student feels, I'm not heard. And the only time you resort to torching and destructive behaviors when you feel unheard, when you reach a state of frustration. And so it's continuous. It doesn't stop. Just because I prevented a protest yesterday doesn't mean I don't have one tomorrow. So you constantly need to keep your finger on the pulse, you constantly need to keep your ground to the ear, but you also need to encourage society to come into university spaces and to have conversations. My most difficult challenge, and I'll share with you, that I had was not at this university, but at the Free State, where I had to call on the community to help me. Because without the community, we were not finding each other. So I had to call outside and say, hey, bro, bra, comrade, friend, help. And they were able to speak to students from the respective constituencies to try and bring us around the table to really resolve a challenge. So it's continuous, and that's why when you work in higher education, you cannot remove yourself. Just because you're a lecturer or you're a dean from society, you can't, because I need that community to help me keep this community moving so that this community can help you come up with solutions that are sustainable. So it's continuous, and that civic engagement and the civic education is continuous. I don't know, but I think I've got more learned colleagues on this panel to help me answer this question, actually.
Thank you. Maybe I also want to add to his views around the universities and communities and politics. I don't think we should separate these structures or processes from each other. I think the core essence of universities is actually to merge these kind of understandings. Relevance of curriculums are informed by our political views, our social views, our contextual views. And that's why you'd see that universities are primarily, in my view, to develop human capacity. And if we say that universities is about developing of human capacities, then the question would be, which human capacity? So a university or any institution of learning, to include us in the sector, in the post-school sector, should be mindful of our role in the development of that human capacity in all our disciplines, whether it is in education, social sciences, engineering, and so on. We can't divorce the social structures or social issues or discussions or political issues or discussions from engineering, from social sciences, and so on. And I do believe that from an education perspective, for instance, in a policy perspective, we do have different knowledge mixes to ensure that we capacitate our student teachers with the broad spectrum of required knowledge, and that informs teacher competencies. We can't send a teacher into a class as if they don't understand pedagogies, subject content knowledge, context, for instance. So that's why in the policy you would note, for instance, in the education policies, we have these knowledge mixes that is outlined to actually force those who train teachers to engage the student teachers in these various areas of knowledge. And that informs, by itself, informs competencies in our sector. And yeah, so I do think it's a relevant argument, it's a needed argument.
Thank you. I take it the last question.
Thank you so much. I'm going to respond on the question on advocacy and dropout. You see, in our sector, in CET, it operates different from the TVET and the universities in such a way that instead of students going to the universities, in our case, the first point is recruitment or advocacy. We move from villages to villages, recruiting and mobilizing them so that they can be registered at the institution. But to overcome the challenge of the dropout, we need to start considering the new ways of learning, the blended learning, as one of the approach that will need to be implemented in our sector. We can program director. We can't even start mentioning the stipend. I know we have programs where in our sector students were admitted, then for certain programs receiving a stipend, but those strategies we cannot sustain them as the institution, and also to consider flexibility in terms of curriculum offering in our institution. Thank you. Those are the possible solutions that might assist to in case of the dropout of the students. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I am looking at my time, and I'm really going, because colleagues, I don't want to stand between you and your lunch. I promise not to do that. I'm just going to take the last round, and then we will wrap it up. I think in response, as colleagues are responding, they will also touch base on the two questions that were raised in front here in trying to summing up in the upcoming questions. So I'm going to give an opportunity to the gentleman at the back there. Only 5 colleagues. I've got 5 online. I've got 1 online. So I think I'll, just because it's you, colleagues, I'll allow 6, just because it's you. Okay, the gentleman at the back is the first one, and then I will come to Tanya, Ntate, and then go to the gentleman again at the back. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Okay, thanks to you, Program Director. One would also like to welcome the presentation done by all speakers, including the doctors. Mine is very simple, also directed to Dr. Sileke, around the issue of artificial intelligence. One, if you notice, starting from first up until the third industrial revolution, it has all been about, first one, the emergency of mechanization and technological advancement, including new types of energy, the third one. But the fourth one is worrying us because it doesn't seek to address the issue of energy, the energy crisis that we are facing as the country, but it targets the issue of digitalization, including robotics and so on. So it makes us to be much more concerned, or where is it going actually? Because if you check, the last time I attended, it was some sort of a conference with one of Lenza in UJ, where Dr. Cheridzi Marwala was doing a presentation around it, whereby he said that in the near future, there will be no need of unions and so on. Then you ask yourself, if then you are saying the fourth industrial revolution or the artificial intelligence is not here to take over, it's worrying me, but the others, the prof said, no, this thing, it's here actually to totally also to dismantle the working class. And one will want to ask, okay, as much as we are planning to implement or as we're in process of fully adopting the fourth industrial revolution, how are we going to cater the schools that are centralized or are placed in the villages, whereby the government itself is even failing to build schools? How are we then going to capacitate those people to say that, okay, this is what's going to happen, we are going to teach you how to understand the fourth industrial revolution, if themselves they can't even build a single school and so on. and what is to be done with the current batch that we have of young people that are unemployed, sitting on the street, which it happens that they were students, but they are not capacitated in terms of fourth industrial revolution. As if you notice, even at workplaces, there will be a massive retrenchment. For example, your mines and so on. When this thing is fully fledged, implemented, they will tell you that no, currently, guys, we no longer require your services and so on. Such location like JTG, that is full of mining area there. Have we ever imagined what will happen in that area if this fourth industrial revolution comes to its full implementation? By the way, we are not going to end on fourth industrial revolution. You might find out China now is preparing for the second phase, which is, for a sixth phase of the revolution. Fifth, yeah, which will be the fifth industrial revolution, and they are very far with it. And Tina, we are still trying to learn that we are still grappling with this one. This, I think, sorry, I think it won't be wise for us as a developing state now to start with this thing of the fourth industrial revolution, because it's going to have a massive bad effect when it comes to the unemployment rate.
Thank you. Tanya?
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Randall Fullman. So the Department of Higher Education has, through both the White Paper, Chapter 7, and the Open Learning Policy Framework, created an enabling environment for the implementation of open learning, online learning, and e-learning. But of course, at an institutional level, that implementation has implications in terms of infrastructure, lecturer capacity building, staffing requirements, as well as content development. So the question is the department looking at setting up or developing funding norms to support our institutions in implementing the policy directives? Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Percival Bayane from College of Human Sciences, a lecturer in sociology. So please pardon me if I go on and on in talking, but I'm just going to try and keep it short. So I have a question directed to Dr. Seleke, and I want to share or echo what the gentleman at the back was saying about AI and Fourth Industrial Revolution. So my question specifically is, and I just want to hear your thoughts, Dr. Seleke. Do you think that higher education institutions, or should I say societies, and South Africa as a country, we are in fact accepting and embracing these ideas around technology and 4IR for relevancy? Because to be quite honest, we are not ready and we are not there yet. And if I were to say, in my own opinion, looking at the characteristics, the revolutions that have happened from the first up until the fourth, which we are already now starting the fifth, we haven't fully experienced all these revolutions. And I'm also asking this question, also posing this question, because I do agree that AI and technology is quite efficient and helpful in certain aspects. But at the same time, this is also an issue, especially if we're looking at what the gentleman next to me was saying about skill development, which is important, and it's an important part of what we do as lecturers. We need to teach, we need to train students so that at the end of coming out with a qualification, they need to have skills such as reading, such as critical thinking, such as writing. But if we have I just there as a shortcut for them to just get information and all those things, then we are in fact harboring, or we are in fact creating an issue long term affect us as a country and as a society. And I also wanted to hear your thoughts again on, you know, the idea around technology and AI. I would like to, in fact, equate it with the issue around decolonization. It seems like these things are just spoken as if like these are very limited to higher education. But honestly speaking, we need to think about communities, as the gentleman said. Do people really have access to your Chat GPT? Because I know that there are applications and some of these softwares, you need to pay for them. And money is an issue. So these are some of the things that we really need to think about when we're talking about technology, when we're talking about these AIs and how efficient they are. But much as they are efficient, let's also think about how they are a problem. And if they are, how do we then bridge the gap, ensure that, you know, we are in you know, the same level as other countries, if I may put it like that, or we ensure that our students are in fact able to use them effectively and not lose the essence of skill development, the things that I just mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, comrade. Sorry. Thank you, colleague. I have a couple of questions. The first one is to Dr. Haji. I hope I pronounce it well. The application point score. Let me first make the statement. I think with all the fourth revolution, one person who is irreplaceable in the world is a teacher. I've been in and out of the class, but I'm still a teacher. The point that I would like to make is, my concern is one. Do you, as the panel, advise the Department of Education, basic education, in as far as the marks are concerned? One, at university, you must have 50% to pass, as well as at your TVETs. Meanwhile, at school, the grades are so decreased that you'll get a learner passing matric with a 2 amongst these subjects. It's unfortunate that I was born in the 70s. I could have enjoyed this opportunity. The other one, to Dr. Seleke. Aren't we killing our inherent intelligence when we promote this fourth industrial revolution? Because checking on, I'm a possible candidate for a master's or a doctorate. Now, because everything is in the internet. So, I'm just going to plagiarize the information, which is already in the internet. I remember when I wrote my honors, the topic was educational psychology based on epilepsy. But the fortunate part of that, my research was based on my son's illness. So I had a very, recognition of prior learning, which I got from my son. But now the reality is, aren't we killing the human intellectual, the movement from one point to another, with this, your program, Dr. Days and Dr. Seleke? Last one. As a history student, in the 17th centuries, there was an industrial revolution in Britain. After the industrial revolution, there was layoffs of workers people were retrenched. I'm born in Kimberley. De Beers left us with a very big hole. A lot of our workers in Kimberley are not working. That hole is even now a heritage site. But with this industrial revolution, aren't we thinking, twinning my question or my point to the one made by the first speaker, saying that this industrial revolution, you take one child from Apiniki in Kuruman, who is looking after the sheep and the goats, and you come and tell him about industrial revolution. At the same time, what are we saying about the layoffs, people who are being retrenched? 2 months back, Telkom retrenched a lot of people because of this industrial revolution. And we as a developing country, do we think all these new fancy things would assist us in enjoying the democracy that our parents fought for? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I quickly take the last question from the online? And then you can just panel wrap up from there. I think the question is related to the RPL. It says, just need some clarity with regard to articulation from FET to HET, banned as per RPL presentation from UNISA. Will learners' credits trained by private FET colleges be recognized? This is Ivan Steenkamp from Evers Excellence College in Kimberley. Colleagues, I may have not recognized you. Do you have a question? You are not supposed to have a question. Please, we are way behind with our schedule. Colleagues, I am aware, but there's going to be lunch where you'll be able to engage with the panel. Please do make use of that opportunity. So I'm going to give it to the panel to respond to the many questions that have been raised. Thank you.
I'll give you after. Colleagues, thank you very much for thought-provoking questions that you have posed to my good selves. But unfortunately, the response to all the 3 questions, the response is kind of political. I'm saying this because of the history our country has endured for quite some time. Coming into democracy and the kind of leadership that we had leading the institutions of government. And I'm putting this, let me put a disclaimer, it should not be read as the position and the response that I'm giving is attached to the institution that I am from. But it is because of the engagement in the platform that I think one should be able to raise this kind of concerns and the challenges that we are facing. The country itself has so much potential to be able to advance all the available technologies that are at our disposal. But however, there are a lot of systemic challenges and systemic pressure that are depriving the country, the communities within the country to access and be able to embrace these opportunities that are available in the globe. And then you find that also there is that lack of political will, that we are engaged in political survival and getting power at all costs, rather than addressing issues that are speaking to us. And then you ask yourself, where are the people who should be making the impact? A majority of people whom we consider to be able to assist us, they are being pushed to the periphery. They are on the sidelines and watching. and people who sometimes are making key decisions with regard to the policy implementations, with regard to what should be happening within our schools, at our universities, and whatever. Those people are out there, and people who are taking decisions are deployees. And sometimes, not in all times, you might find they are lacking necessary aptitude and necessary skills to be able to articulate the vision that the country wants to. Now, I would not want to say that, no, we should be afraid of the embracing the opportunities that are available with regard to 4AR. But political willingness, the conscious among our leaders to be able to tap into the resources that the country is having. This country is very rich. South Africa is very rich, a lot of resources. That big hole there that De Beer left, there are billions that De Beer can be make available. But it should be structured through private partnership with those institutions. And when such institutions are coming to invest in communities, they should not be looking at the possibility of exploiting the communities, but how are they be able to capacitate the communities to embrace the opportunities that they have. And in summary, looking at the current status and a fear of embracing the technologies that are available, I think the fear is also enhanced or promoted by lack of adequate information regarding the capabilities of those technologies rather than fearing for retrenchment. The issue of retrenchments are systemic problems that big businesses will want to make a profit at all costs at the expense of people, rather than being able to capacitate the people within those industries to be able to operate whatever technologies that are available and reskilling the workforce to be able to remain relevant rather than running to saving profit at the expense of the people. That is why I'm saying the challenges are systemic, and also there is that lack of political will. And we need to ask ourselves, who are we deploying in strategic government responsibilities? Do the people have necessary knowledge, or are we just deploying for the sake of deploying? That's a political question, and I don't want to get into the political arena. My position is from an educationist and observing from the side what is happening in our country. But we do have the capacity. I stand to be corrected. South Africa has the capacity. Even the very same person that you are saying is looking after the cattle somewhere and whatever, there are technologies that can assist that person to be able to monitor his livestock sitting at home rather than going manually and be able to count the livestock that he has. Is there political free will? Yes, the resources are here. Money is here. I stand to be corrected. We do have money as a country. But how do we use it? A lot of cases, someone is being charged by what. The NPA is not even sometimes not ready to prosecute for the cases that they are charging people with corruption for and whatever. Now, we might be sitting here speaking about what should be happening in the classroom. But the majority of the challenges that we are facing are external, are not classroom-based. Political interference, lack of political will, people disembowelling government money, and so forth. Now, that is the position. I hope I try to summarize the responses to the questions, and Dr. Theis will add and elaborate further on and from an academic perspective. And by the way, Dr. Theis was my master's supervisor. Now he's sitting next to me, and being next to your boss, sometimes I need to mind what I say and how. But these are the kind of engagement that we have in our honors class and in our master's class. We used to engage with such a robust questions that are coming from the floor. And thank you very much, Dr. Tais, for the opportunity. I see the relevance now.
I'm not sure. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the question here is actually, can we teach 4IR? Should we teach for 4IR? What is 4IR? I do think as much as we develop as human beings, there's also in the technical world development. The fourth industrial revolution is the fourth phase of industry development. And there's nothing that we can do about it. As much as we develop human capacity will influence the kinds of technologies that we use. We will constantly improve. That's what we are teaching. That's what we are doing in our technical classes, is to enable, to skill our students to analyze any technical product, to improve it, and so on. And what we do in the technical field is also then to commercialize that kind of knowledge. And if you look at a basic curriculum framework, and if I can take the schooling curriculum framework, in technology education, the first outcome in technology education is to develop the technological process thinking. And that is such a significant focus in our curriculum that enable us, our youngsters, our students, to engage in these technologies and them become on path with how these technologies transform. So the question is, in terms of how do we, as teachers in these technical fields, take on these responsibilities? And the responsibilities include us empowering ourselves, engaging in constant, lifelong learning opportunities for us to be on path, and so that we are able to deliver relevant teaching practices in our classes. And that's exactly what it means. If we as teachers don't engage, don't play with these technologies, on my slide, for instance, I have a picture of my grandson who's teaching his grandmother about using her phone. He's 5 years old. So if we don't embrace these technologies, we will create these inequalities that our people experience. So if we start to decolonize our mindsets and transform from being the consumers of these products to become those who initiate these products, we will then be in a position to speak with those on path. There's nothing that we can do. The thing, we have a responsibility, and we need to understand our responsibility as teachers. And we need to work hard, and we need to work hard and engage and expose our students to these technologies. It's not a matter of something that we should try to control. It will happen, and it's already happening, and we are already behind. But the important question is also in terms of who are we if we say that we are not yet there? Who are we? So we also need to tap into those kind of discussions. Does it refer to myself as a 53-year-old, or do I speak to those two boys that Dr. Seleke indicated on his slide in terms of what the youngsters are doing today? So we need to be careful in terms of the question about who are we. And the basic argument here for us in the PSET is we are educators. We are teachers. We are the ones who empower. And the current requirement for empowerment is not to develop the steam train, but it's to develop the kind of technologies that is required today and tomorrow. So how relevant are we?
Thank you so much, Dr. Tace.
Thank you so much for the questions. I've divided them into three. The question related to industrial revolutions. In my other life, I once worked for the company called Nissan South Africa. The gentleman who asked about risk of workers losing jobs and unions being irrelevant, I think, yeah, it might be you. I think we must balance the two, the political will and political interference. It depends on which ideology you come from, because sometimes when the politicians show the will, you think they are interfering. When they take a back seat, you say there is no political will. So probably sociology people will advise us how to balance the two, because it's easier to blame the other sector. But with regard to the unions, when I was working for Nissan South Africa, it took us around 2 to 3 years to procure what we usually called robot to assemble a car. I think you get what I'm trying to say. Why? Because our government representatives would fly to Japan to negotiate that we don't need robots because our workers are going to lose jobs. Okay? Even now, DTIC, which is DTI plus competition, the revised one, they fly to US to negotiate that we don't need these machines because we are a developing country. Our workers are going to lose jobs. So let's balance the two. Yes, we need these technologies. Probably our discussion should be, Dr. Slick, let's develop these technologies from within and create jobs. Not to import these robots. Because when they are imported, our workers are going to lose jobs. So let's rather train our students to develop these IRs instead of importing those machines. And our government is doing a good job of going out if there would be more than 3 hands here in the hall. The reason why I'm asking this rhetorical question is because for a person to get a certificate, you don't require to get 80% in everything. If you can get a certificate with that too. A certificate is not an academic record. But when we check at your academic record, that's where we start discriminating to say, with your level 2s, you cannot qualify for BCom. With your level 3s, you won't qualify for this. But it doesn't mean that a person didn't get a certificate. They get that matric certificate, but when you dig deeper, it has got level 2. And we cannot say because the graduates, I'm referring to the university or TVET graduates, have got their certificates. Certificates are not, rather qualifications are not written the marks. Some of the qualifications or certificates, if you look at them, you are even embarrassed yourself to say, yes, I got it 5-10 years ago, but I could have done better. So it's a process of learning. Why should we be so hard on ourselves if you are passing by 50%? It's fine, that's what you are able to achieve at that moment. But 10 years down the line, we get embarrassed about those things. And we forget that a person grows, and to grow is to learn in some instance. So let's separate a qualification and an academic record. A metric certificate will be saying you have passed, but it doesn't mean that they are saying you have passed with 50% everything. No. You just have a certificate, you have passed, you are competent to enter TVET, you are competent to enter University of Technology, you are competent to enter a bachelor's degree in the university. That's what certificates are for. So let's not, because our talks, I'm going to be psychological now, our talks can lead to high suicide rates of our children. We make them to be ashamed of their level 2s. They end up committing suicide. And we will be the first to say, there are other causes. Whereas no, it's our talks to say, because the two, I don't know. And when they drop out, we still complain. But they tolerate these kids and reach matric. Why don't we commend them? But we speak bad at them because of those level 2s. And our cognitive capabilities, Doc, in education is not the same. Why don't we accept that? Private, I think the last question, sorry, I'm being a reverend today. Private FET colleges articulation into university qualification, yes, it's not necessarily RPL, but it's just an alternative pathway. So if they come with their diplomas from colleges, they can do degrees of postgraduate diplomas in the, what we call comprehensive university. And it's not necessarily RPL, but it's another alternative pathway. Thank you.
Well. Thank you so much, colleagues. What a mouthful. Colleagues, I know I am not on a good side with my other boss. Is there another? Okay.
I think there was a question too from Tanya, which I think she asked me specifically to respond to. First and foremost, I'm glad I'm not your supervisor, Dr. Seleke. Glad I'm not your friend or your manager, because you can pick on people. Colleagues, I think that to go back to the question, it speaks about norms and standards to create an enabling environment for e-learning, online learning as a vehicle to implement open learning. That's what I understand. Now, when we look at that question, the first thing is to look at is how do you create an enabling environment, and how is that defined? So if you look at the white paper 2004 of the Department of Education, which speaks about e-education implementation, it identifies 6 pillars. I think the first one is around research and development, which informs decision making. The second one is SMME involvement, but the remaining 4 speaks about connectivity, ICT infrastructure, content development, and capacity building. Now, these 4 elements, or these 4 pillars, is very, very different as to outside of the education terrain. In other words, if you speak about connectivity, it's about connectivity for teaching and learning, not the administrative part. And that's very unique in the sense that each lecturer and teacher teaches differently to the colleagues. In other words, his requirements become different. The second thing is ICT infrastructure, and here we're not talking about tablets for students or anything like that. It's about a device that allows a student to create content and not just consume content. The third component is around content development. And again, content development has evolved for the last number of years to include simulations, to include immediate answering on questions and assessments and all of those types of things. The fourth component is about capacity building. Now, capacity building, and I think my colleague has touched on content knowledge of lecturers and teachers. before we even start training lecturers, we need to make sure that they understand the content knowledge that they have. Whether it's mathematics, whether it's physical science, it needs to be clear that they're comfortable with the content knowledge. Because the moment you start introducing technology on top of that, it either is going to augment the problems that is there, or it's going to help that lecturer or teacher to thrive. So when you look at all of those 4 components, now you say to yourself, to create an enabling environment and draft norms and standards, what informs my norms and standards? Am I just going to say that in terms of connectivity to a college like this, I'm giving you a 1 meg line or a 1 gig line? No, there needs to be a process that informs your specifications that you draft, and in order to do that, you draft your norms and standards. The other reality to this is when you look at again, if I go back to the white paper 2004, the Department of Basic Education has never implemented that document simply because of the cost implications. They did a feasibility study and realized that the cost implications and the infrastructure requirements that it's going to have for schools alone is going to be astronomical. Now, similarly with us, where do we find ourselves before we draft the norms and standards? Yes, we've got a Sunben. Yes, we've got in the university environment, we've got connectivity. But again, it's going to take commitment, not just from the department, but also institutions. And so before you start with the norms and standards, you first need to finalize your draft policy document for open learning, which is what we're busy with now, and then start going out on the process that says, in terms of norms and standards, we need to do either a feasibility study that informs our norms and standards. So the short answer of it, nope, the norms and standards has not been completed, but I think that gives you a clear indication of what needs to be put in place before you draft it. I think it will be irresponsible if we just start drafting norms and standards and the burden becomes the TVET college, the university, or the CET institution to implement that already where they have limited financial resources.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, colleagues, for our esteemed guests. Thank you so much. We have reached the moment we have always, and all of us, been waiting for. The food moment. Colleagues, I'm going to hand over to Memma Bomoloi, the chairperson of the Northern Cape PSET Forum, for the concluding remarks. Boss. Colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have thousands and thousands of bosses.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. I don't have to introduce myself. I think the program director did a very, very good job in doing that. First and foremost, I would really like to thank everybody who honored the invitation for coming here and sitting here with us the whole of yesterday and today, and your engagement and all those questions that you asked. And I'm so, so glad that I was not part of the panel. At the moment, I felt sorry for you, but I realized that no. Osenji, we really chose the right people. We had the right speakers, I don't doubt. Before I continue, I would really like to acknowledge the boss of my boss, who has been quiet the whole of yesterday and today. I think more in observing than anything else. Mr. Kuzwayo from the National Skills Authority. I know Mr. Kuzwayo he said I shouldn't introduce him, but I'm afraid that I may get fired. My boss might be fired, and he also might be fired. And Mr. Kuzwayo, as part of what his department is doing, is really to support the PSET to ensure that the government reaches its priorities. So that is one of the reasons why he is here. I can't say other reasons. After people have talked about money and all that, I won't mention one of those because I don't want to put you on on the spot. From our speakers, Mr. Sego, thanks for always opening your doors for us, always welcoming us in your space. Maybe we might knock again. I know we knocked for 5 years. We might knock again. Just wait and see, and then we'll hear what you say. But yeah, we really appreciate everything that you have done for us so far, accepting us, coming here and supporting us, the staff from the TVET College supporting us throughout. We had Mtate Khokong yesterday who gave the reflection of what we did from 5 years ago. Our first seminar was in 2019 in the very same space, and well, we were not really so sure whether it will go well, and it did. The second one and the third one, it was during COVID, and we had to have a webinar. Last year we had a physical one like this, and we still got your support. And this is our celebration of the 5th year. That is why they just brought me a cake here. So we will be celebrating after I talked. We had our gentleman from agriculture, Mr. Kasten, who really touched so many people. It was not just him who had a tear down. I saw a number of people when he started doing this, everybody doing this. So now it means that he really touched a number of people. We thank him very much in his absence. And we had a very young guy who got the seminar moving after he has presented, Mr. Ditoit. And then everybody else had to ask questions, and I hope you make yourself available if people still need to ask more questions. We really appreciate you. We had Mr. Mampe, who really gave us the tourism strategy. I hope we grasp from that. The institution grasps from that and see from that strategy how best can they align their curriculum and their programs that they are offering in the institutions so that they can support the tourism strategy in the province. We had Ms. Tanya today, who really set up this train to move towards where it is. Thank you, Ms. Tanya, who happens to be a member of the PSET Forum also. Mr. Mandiwana with the CET colleges. You know, at some point I had to take a time and say, I want to see the CET colleges, and you will be touched by the environment where they are operating, and yet they still have that courage. You'll see the ladies that are really running these institutions, and you see that they're doing it with passion. They're taking everything in their houses to make sure that it happens for these kids in the rural communities. What you are doing really is really applauded, and keep up the good work. Dr. Days, enhancing education in the TVET environment. I did look into your research, Dr. Days, and it's very interesting, and I'm still going to read more about it. Please make yourself available if we need to really knock at your door for more information on that, on how best can we improve our institutions, especially the educators in the TVET environment. Dr. Seleka, the IT guy. Dr. Seleka, you should understand that some of us are BBTs, so when we get to say these things, we get scared. And most of us educators, we are not young. We might be young at heart, but we're not young. So when we introduce these things, let's just make sure that you're taking us by hands, you know, making us to lose this fear that we are having, and then be able to help these learners, because at this time, really, if we fail, our learners will fail, and then we will always be behind every country as we go. And then we'll end up in one revolution, industrial revolution, that is not really existing in the world. So please, let's just help our educators to really be able to be comfortable in that environment. And I thank you very much for your presentation and all the answers that you presented. Ms. Morris, For a second there, somebody was saying, is he a student, not a student support, they thought you're a, what is that, the chairperson of the SR Host. So then I think we can still take this outside this. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now I know that I can now enroll and do my RPL on my PhD. That was there. It is in your presentation, and I do have your presentation, and I'm holding you into that one. Next year, I'll have my PhD, guys. When I stand here, you would have given me my PhD. Okay, Mr. Fullman, lifelong learning. What I learned from that is a lifetime lesson, is that I shouldn't go to, is it Mitchell's Plain? I learned that. I'll run away from that. Thank you very much for coming and honoring our invitation. I would also like to thank my two program directors from yesterday and today. Well done, it was Miss Lowe at the back there and the gentleman in a beautiful shirt here. Thank you very much. I think you were recognized after you have identified to people that your shirt is beautiful. Everybody else, even those who were outside, wanted to see who is this person with a beautiful shirt. Thank you very much. You have done a very, very good work. You were on time. I mean, yesterday when we went for lunch, the program was completed. We didn't have to come back again. And then as much as we were pushing my speakers, I was feeling sorry. Every time I look at you, I say, let them talk, you're not listening to me. But nonetheless, you only took 10 minutes of your time. So you were right on spot. It's not normal that you find that people start on time and finish on time. I would really like to thank the PZ Forum members for doing such a good job that today we are sitting here. I know it was not really an easy task. It was difficult for everyone who was involved to put their energies and time, and you all have to understand that all members of the forum are working for specific institutions. This is more like a volunteer job, but they still had to give up some of their work and come and make sure that this event is happening. Thank you very much, and I don't know how to thank you more than the way I'm thanking you right now. But what I would like you to do, I would like you to be recognized. I would like you all to come in front before I close. All of you now. Mr. Korombi, Miss Lo, Angie, Miss Tanya. Yeah, we'll do that. Please, will you please, if I didn't call your name, please just come. You deserve to be here. I thought we were 20. Where is the rest of us? And before we do the big celebration, please, will you evaluate this seminar yesterday and today? On your table, you are being given there is something like this that is put on your table. For day 1 and day 2, just scan and complete the evaluation form for us. Take your phone and scan this and then just evaluate for us. We'll appreciate that. We will want to know what is it that we are doing right and what is it that we are not doing right. The lady who just brought the cake, where's the knife? Oh, there's the knife. Ladies and gentlemen, our IT people at the back and the marketing, you're doing a wonderful job. You're part of the celebration with all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope I didn't leave anyone behind. People that have been preparing food, it has been, I enjoyed my food very much. And I don't think anyone left saying that they didn't really get enough. You even allowed us to have a second and third, and so thank you very much. I'll ask Mipone to do us an honor of cutting a cake for us. This is a celebration time, guys. This is 5 years us doing this. and we're still sitting in here. Give us a big, big, big applause. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you so much, colleagues. Kudliwike Kemanch. Colleagues, thank you so much. You've been an excellent bunch of. Oh, you are beautiful. Nkosi yami. You are well behaved, colleagues, both online and face to face. I cannot complete this day without saying how beautiful you look. But for reiteration, please, there's a QR code on your table. Please scan that and complete the evaluation. For the members online, the link has been posted. Please also do assist us. We need your evaluation. Otherwise, colleagues, both online and face-to-face, a round of applause for your beautiful self for being here. Yes, and don't worry about the cake, is enough for everyone. It's just colleagues online who will spiritually post the cake for you, don't worry. And then for our esteemed guests, thank you so much. It was not easy getting hold of you. We know you are very busy, and we understand the sacrifices you have made for you to be here. A round of applause for our esteemed guest colleagues. It would be a problem if I were to not mention our partners in the PSET. They need a special mention in the PSET, the important role they are playing in the PSET and making sure that the PSET is alive in the Northern Cape. UNISA, you are recognized. A special welcome mention to UNISA, Solplaki, NRC TVET College, WNRC, the Office of the Premier, the Northern Cape Urban TVET, the Mining Qualification Authority, the Nursing College, and the Northern Cape. Oh, you are recognized. Everyone is recognized, colleagues. Thank you very much. And DHET. The DHET, they will kill me. I will lose my job. Thank you so much, colleagues, for being here. Our lunch is going to be served at the same place, I take it, that we had yesterday. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you. Stay blessed. Those who are going to be driving from here, safe travels, colleagues. We love you, and we hope next year again, siyayiphinda futhi. Thank you so much, colleagues online. You've been very wonderful. Thank you so much. Siyayiphinda futhi next year. Thank you. Bye-bye.